Deliver us from evil men who will sit in places of authority and do evil things. Deliver us from vampires who will drink the blood of the nation and leave nothing behind. Bless our nation with good leaders. And for those that are there now, we thank you that you are helping them, that your grace and your wisdom is given to them to lead us forward into a good and a better situation. We give you thanks for your great wisdom that is now released into this nation. In Jesus' name, amen.
We are 6 days into the month of April. Good morning. It's another week. It's another day. And we're grateful to the Lord Almighty. Mamunyina kwa ba yeshye be manage need 100.9 Ghana Montie Sunu Asogwe, your early morning riser. We're here to serve you. This is our break up in Bayer Nondu. Yanimo Babedin Komo. Oh my God, Mamanyo Sem any ayan sema koso. The Bonkrat and Munie Diakotri for news online portals near transfer Ede Bremo. If I'm Kusia Wajim and Digi Radio Cham Mamunyina kwa ba enjoy. Ghana awaits 15,000 persons as Ghana awaits results of over 15,000 persons as country enters critical phase in coronavirus fight, says President Akufo-Addo. And to make us say, Sisia Ghana wachemu nipa beye empim dunum eni ehwe nim si ebetimi ayo mo test na test ne ba se lockdown e bi ba be ka ho se bi ba be ka ho o mampanyi se ye be hu enti yenyina ye mompa ye. Government announces special package for health workers at forefront of COVID-19 fight. Aban Eden Shisheshurun Kudiegu Amaya Pomedin Ejuma Efo a wamo boa COVID-19 okwen wamo a wamo gina enim akono na tese wamo boa na yade yetumi etu ase ni asa enuanu a wamo nya binom so yade no Eden Shishe ene eniama de egu akwen mu abetumi aboa mo no mo so mo asensan papa I mean sham 3 months water bill for all Ghanaians to be absorbed by government. Aban say a water bill. Bosume miensa yentua wajini nyina no de afasan say sa aye lockdown we any coronavirus or how ade abra Ghana for no nyo haketwa. Enti se ne ebe ya minum ye nu hu betimi ahehan kakra no. Aban say bosume miensa de water bill no enya ade a wono yentua. Hallelujah. Man dies after allegedly trying to disarm soldier on lockdown operation. A man died Sunday at Ashaiman after suffering gunshot wounds from a military officer enforcing the lockdown in the area. The civilian was said to have engaged in a scuffle with the officer after he reportedly tried to resist an arrest. Information Minister Kojo Oponkroma reviewed on the lockdown and what this asemedi tuja. Enti Ashaiman honum saying ya say will be NY and Adrian said lockdown we want person obedi so and I show you catch and say massa who him say lockdown wana and one show you preparation you say well yes and kobabaji so you need to finish same and pretty to yeah I make us say akoya femu wa hwere ne nkwa Intiano pay fast like I see fama peacefmonline.com ijoinline.com other online portals here don't say and brother said the Bonkratano and nano pay and enjoy yeah beji I go see us upon transia oboa me na insemno say the city Odiegu akwemu dia mai the Bonkrata the front pages of the dailies today Monday
frichi freche framre frete freche mu fentem frem e frechiri fredom say omantie amansentie kana muntie woni.
All right, I could say engine some city and pay the Bonkrata and any munsem.
I was for me the daily graphic na daily graphic de Mampenyi Akufo-Addo what the info so ato ha. Na asama wo tro ye enra sade Mampenyi ne Ghana de hye nyina be kasa ye no. and someone the two Johnny B and where you na apostle dear emu ode dear ebeboa amagana for enya nkranhye wom ebi ane se water bill bosome miensa enya de a obi abetua wo mamu eno ho asem ewo ahase afei wose womo a womakwa gina animu pomdin adwumayefo asesei womo agye aboso a womo hwese covid-19 entretre ha womo ayire won ho ye adwumaden ede so moman Ghana no womo akatua no said ye si tua obi aka no ye betwam ne de efa sa pe no so esan sa adwuma na womo eye no eye wowu adwuma etia no so enwo asem wo de aba was 6.6 million eno ye PPs nyoma wo de baba mo ho ba no de aye adwuma no eno say wom se omman yankasa mu ana mampanyi kye se ye ya ye de ebema apomdin adwumayefo na wonom atoa wo adwuma so na eno na ye Palm Sunday Daily Graphic say na ye low key said ye do Palm Sunday I betete brene ye de bekwa sode yakwa ye osia na ye henore ba ni nyina enura ni nyina ye ne dem obia ye ne dem ama Daily Graphic de ho asem aba eno achi Daily Graphic he de abase enkran ni kumase de sesei said ye yesia ye clean up no yesiesie hwa pra tete gata mu ne said ye si akọ no de na kyese ya ye fe ye pa coronavirus yi e de asem aba pa na so amaya nyina ya tutu ya nneoma ye si kwan trodo no so ama Daily Graphic de ho asem aba me de Ghanaian Times de obakata na eba Ghanaian Times kyerese nefo amiensa ana nkran ha se de massive cleanup o mo hyede aya asojafo nyina didim ama eno Ghanaian Times abo emu amane wo kyerese Palm Sunday ne de coronavirus amma se obi aka dem enra eno ho asem so Ghanaian Times de obakata de aba mampanyin nsem eno de tu dwa no waso on beye de on betimi bia se de beye a PPs enioma ne aka de a apomdi adwumayefo de beye adwuma no eno de ama omo na afa wo kyese boda so no yasade na wotwe mienu asa pe so enya de aye bie ama obi aba be wura mu bia nie eno so ho asem Ghanaian Times de aba me de the new crusading guide na to aso the new crusading guide nra mampanyin nsem o kan ye no utility eye ensuo bosome miensa mampanyin say aban no afa nya de obeje obi a eno the new crusading guide ato ani makakraka wase asojafo ene akwaku ahodo zoom lion fo maka bomo mo prapra hwe gata emu asi nyina clean up ten kase pa ena asie eno so the new crusading guide abo amane na we mu nyina akoso no yase Dr. Ndu akwakwagene ka wode free wakwaje ka na free PPP General Secretary ho se wakwakwata new voter register na chintu akwagene ka eno ho asem ewa ha wase apomdi adwumayefo omo waka so a St. Gregory Hospital anesefo ne kire so omo sere apo ewo hia nneoma ne akade a no betimi aboa ama wo mo atimi abo omo ho ban na se de nneoma si kono de ho no enya de a eye kura ama the new crusading guide de ho asem aba me de the new publisher na eba the new publisher kire se ereya yeso oye ginini na oni o ka nipa du a yese wo mo free gini eba be wura mu wo mamu a yeso mu se ku yakoye wo mo test bi no manya covid-19 yi won de no wadwane na enra ade abachi na no memene da no yese wo mo de ni mo tie o wa free atifidu mantam ho anantimu batachi mai abefa santemantam afamu abefa nkran aba bedu nkran ase ame ache no ade no so wo bi etia na wo de ho asam de aba mo the new publisher de so o sexy covid-19 escape etia no ho asam ewo the new publisher the ubokratem wasi ora napo na wo kyese apomde adwumayefo bebo omo ho ban into ono so de nneoma ne akade akwakoche otumfo so asantemantamu wa hwese adehye wo ho no wo mo ni bie no be mo aduane adie nti ono so wo mo wa hwe wo mo ewo asantemantamu ene wo se party akese ni nyina wo maka bomu a ye ne covid-19 ede aboso kwesi.
Shortly, we'll join the news feed for the major news bulletin at 6 on a pay and enjoy a prayer that also in Sianchebia, Yabako Geno, Siancasiano.
enkrapumpuni mantam yi mu na afei so greater kumase na empanifo ahyehyɛ emra emra no act 1012 Act 1012 2020 year yi Imposition of Restriction Act 2020 Act nankasa any 1012 na ya twa mu perfect sanwira say de o hyeto o man maso na o man mabu na nichie wo man fa anya adwuma na wo mu twi fa so etisi abonten na ye kye wo mu a wo se ekobo mo ka ana edo mo kwoto afiase tie eba say ye bo ka wo betua sika 12,000 Ghana cedis 12,000 Ghana cedis enka ye tete sika no a 120 million eno ne say ye kyew na ye bo ka sika wo betua ana say wo be kwakwada afiase efie enan 4 years utranya year ya bebo ka 12,000 Ghana cedis a 120 million na ya sanso amwakwa akoda afiase efie 9 ana de senesa we senti ye dowo na ye nyaye a enke no betena da bia yesunti yes ye tiefo ye wo achichiri ne benche nyina se ye fa buo ene anidie ema oman no emra na sa restriction na sa lockdown yi yeni so frinchem ne nyina de aboye ho ban etia covid-19 ye de aboye busua ene man Ghana ho ban na afie so akontem ne asa to abraboso ye da se
na anopei ensemo a yede ebremu yi na ewomu eni se enra asemo a esi ashama nsane a yebo mama ne anwumre no nsia kasebo mu no o meya safo adwuma ede ho krata epia bontene
enna ye kasai atoye mantamu atoye etifi mechira western north and afei enfifi mantamu edwa wo nyina ye kopeti ho enro ne de sese ho disinfection na ye bi nkran ene asante mantamu no
enno na joso Ghana mampani ene oman Ghana ekasai anopei yebetimu ebio
ensam no mu nsam debi ne sabosumi April May and for entia water bill
na saa sam nkro no bi so ene se saa bosumi enan bisumi miense atwam yi enan yi endum ene ensia edi ane mu yi obi oyapom din modwuma yi ni bia ne basic salary a oje no oman no abumu mienu esan de fa api ni so
ensam bi kawenum ho ene enkuntabuo covid-19 baby adru ho ene ye de ebramadwuma quote se keke pepra rufin eba danse ne ma wote so wo chest steel trousers papa bi de dom ye eno te kokoda enchanse enwe na ache de empo de daba de bia da na ofie fefefe covid-19 chamu na da na okobo so akai keke pepra rufin e wona benya enchanse ye papa na eboa ne ye pa wo gene ho dinti o ma written guarantee eboa ema e kire adwuma wo ye no dwena wo so ho ne dia edi mu na adwasuo no ba ko okuma se fa de mamponte kwamu adantam dodo wanso so akaka no aduro yibi tollbooth and na fenkane sa wo kwamu so oben sa wo barrier obetimi africa keke pepra 0244 91 2100 0244 912100 Bema na ojo so semu te sen ojo so ebe yie emu chamienu wote yawo ebikam kafra maame druggers na owo mpatamu ho no esansa oye adwumenti bowura hwai na kwaje CB men capsules ni bi fa ba ko hawo Minya bai wokwa afichira wote ya white bi jejewo enkabo ni frahimfie ho basa bre yi a ye nyina ye wo fie kafra o wo hia CB women capsules enya se atifie ntini e beburu ye ho e wo so siesie una ho na afa ni ka ba fie ho kama etimisro je CB sopa ye de pedicure wa wotena fie kura wotimi ya ne kama isa se de ese aye no nti e wo pharmacy and chemical stores at phone for 0247 111671 0247 111671 First Atlantic Bank what the mobile bank and a bebwa mo watne fia bank kama ba a simple short code no star 442 hash and one no wo download the one more app no so ewo iOS and our Play Store and one no wutime de ye wo ye bia wo transfer sika ba account m na wotuatua bills wo to airtime wo be enjoy purple experience no ankasa First Atlantic Bank in how ko bank download the mobile app no na emwa wo ye kra this way chocolate drink maame no ye bodua wo nje ho no the store no be a bowra mo na gibi de ohia ka ho a eni so hye enwekwada roma e na kase boneba akenkan fo amote yenkan eye me nana ya kumedu
sala officer nana ya okesi avenzam no enchiremu eni eno anwumre no nsia kase bomu na yebo mu amane se srafo ya ebo ban ewo ahya ma afese obi a be hyefie na obi a nkonkoye ne etia emra no baako ene oman babi ase apere kakra aba wo mo entem amasra ni nituo akase oman bapa no ama watwa nanom ewo ensiedo oman asrafo adwuma de krata apie adwaye apani a wo hwe nkita udi ensem so Colonel Agrikwashi ena nensa ehye ase na sam ene se oman asrafo adwuma no ehwehwe asemo esi nura ewo ahya no emu na wo kyese ne animu ye nhwemu kakra asrafo no aye ene se timamuni no ye na dwene se asrafo no hye ne se ba bia wo kɔ ne ontimi nkɔ hɔ no wonte ase ena wo mo se hu se na oye bibia se de oye nubone ho adwadie bi saa no ena wo mo ka kyene se wonya eno so wante ase bra wo mo ye se wo mo beche no krachi se onte ase ema srafo no enche no ema wone osrani no kura di apere apese nka woje osrani no tuo efri ne nsam na eno na se nya ye ama etuo no free srani ne nsam ebo fom ema ekasa ya edi saa krachi edem na so bra wo mo de no to kamu ode no ekwa ya sabia na kwamu a uja mu ede eto ho ye ka se namu akwakoto posi ayasabia kase wo enkrahase ya wo hwe na wadi ho adanse na omayasafo adwuma se wo hye omanfo nyina bose obehwemu bi esefata ewo asem no ho na so owie a ne obehu bia so wo de beto oman nanim
enna aye ne wo kase osofo ye ohwe mpatamu amamoni nkrase mpuntuo so Hajia Alima Mahama honorable wo de krata piedja ya ye de kopetepeti dwa hodro mu ewo mayimu na ba bia wo de wani asie nom aye western and afa western north amantam no emu ochese said o mampani ahye na on local government atro basakom metropolitan municipal and district assemblies ahodro no wo nyina so ede wo ho agimu no ye boban tia covid-19 ti e wo se dwa ahodro ye hwesiesie mu na mo amo we betimi ha adwen yetimi tu won so esa eti edwa ya wakaka wani ewo western region ai bepetimu no ye wo ha aduonu mienu 122 and na western north so edwa aduowatwensia 86 and na dwo aye kase no bedi dwumai e na wo kyena so wo mo ebeto so na eno te kokode mfimfi mantamu soafo onmunyafo kwame na Duncan any peace news atwetwe komode ato dwasem edwa wo ha aduonu ensia 126 e wo mfimfi mantamu a efri enne wo mo tiesim no makopetipeti ho nyina weiti omanfo ntnafie omanfo nhafie adwadifo mo mba ne yentimi ni sa adwuma na enye kama ne nkoma ne kakra ni
Jodiaro di enyi Bobia Bustumi do to de ya ugwegwa wo manto imina yabatu ni yare na ejumayeku layo oye wo ejumayeku finkan roba kansta manwa wo manto im ya wa wo mentimenti ya to akabo ma idodewa ya wo manto im tumna ko de do ko da fitim enti yakase mentimenti edonu ebiani nyara akachefo wadafo awadami oyina wesigoma wanye enanom yejanum gomful dunkomo icheche michaho de jude bosi enodin
oni pete ne kase ye fifi mantamu sofo oni monyamfo kwame na Duncan
enra enwumre na Ghana mampani His Excellency Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo ene oman no ekasae na emprenum so ebra coronavirus yi ni ti Ghana asia mampani hya ase na oman kasae no ene enra na nsema mampani ede tu dwane se ne adaye ye no anopa so ye timumu na afi bre ma ye kwan a nchechemu e wo ho no so ye de atoa so ede amamo Peace 104.3 FM ye ne anuanum radio station se fa kase boy nyina ene wasogusu awutie.
Fellow Ghanaians, good evening. 9 days ago, I came to your homes and requested you to make great sacrifices to save lives and to protect our motherland. I announced the imposition of strict restrictions to movement and asked the residents of the Greater Accra metropolitan area and Kasoa and the Greater Kumasi metropolitan area and its contiguous districts to stay at home for 2 weeks in order to give us the opportunity to stave off this pandemic. As a result, residents of these two areas had to make significant adjustments to our way of life, with the ultimate goal being to protect permanently our continued existence on this land. They heeded the call, and they have proven so far to each other, and indeed to the entire world, that being a Ghanaian means we look out for each other. Yes, there are a few who continue to find ways to be recalcitrant, but the greater majority have complied and have done so with calm and dignity. Tonight, I say thank you to each and every one of you, law-abiding citizens. Let me thank in particular all our frontline actors who continue to put their lives on the line to help ensure that we defeat the virus. To our health workers, I say a big aiko for the continued sacrifices you are making in caring for those infected with the virus and in caring for the sick in general. You are the heroes and heroines of our generation, and government will do all in its power to provide you with the relevant tools to do your work effectively. To the men and women of our security services who have been enforcing the directives by patrolling our streets day and night, conducting surveillance, snap checks, and mounting roadblocks, we're deeply in your debt. It is these security measures that have created the basic framework within which our medical personnel are able to pursue contact tracing, testing, and treatment of persons with the virus, whose implementation offers us the most secure means to defeat the virus. Reports I've received so far indicate that the police, military, and other members of our security services have discharged their mandate with considerable professionalism. Furthermore, working with the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, we see personnel of the Ghana Armed Forces involved in the cleanup of our drainage systems and of our markets. In the very few instances where members of our security agencies have employed the use of excessive force against the citizenry in enforcing the restrictions on movement, the Inspector General of Police and the Chief of Defense Staff of the Armed Forces have taken steps to investigate such incidents, and they have given me the assurance that those found culpable will be duly sanctioned. Thus far, the alleged wrongdoers are being withdrawn from the ongoing exercise. To enhance command and control, more senior officers have been deployed at the operational level, and each member of our security services participating in the exercise has been handed an aid memoir highlighting essentially the guidelines for the operation. However, I'm extremely perturbed by the actions of a few unpatriotic persons who are deliberately passing off and circulating old videos of alleged brutality by members of the security agencies, largely of foreign origin, and presenting them as though there were new incidents by Ghanaian security personnel which have occurred during the course of this past week. It is sad, it is unfortunate, and it must end. We should all be in this fight together, and there's nothing to be gained with widespread fabrication and distribution of such videos, whose sole aim is to create discontent and undermine the trust of the population in the men and women of our security services. Who gains from such conduct? Nobody in their right senses. The law enforcement agencies are determined to locate the originators of these antisocial acts. Fellow Ghanaians, as I have said before, all that government is doing is intended to achieve 5 key objectives: limit and stop the importation of the virus, contain its spread, provide adequate care for the sick, limit the impact of the virus on social and economic life, and inspire the expansion of our domestic capability and deepen our self-reliance. As of today, Sunday, 5th April, our current situation is such that we have recorded a total of 214 cases. The Greater Accra region has 189 cases, followed by the Ashanti region with 12, Northern region 10, Upper West region 1, Eastern region 1, and Upper East region 1. The 10 from the Northern region are the West African nationals who entered our country illegally after the closure of the borders. In total, 3 persons have fully recovered from the disease, 49 persons have been discharged from treatment facilities and are being managed from home. And the remaining 155 are responding to treatment. 2 persons are moderately ill, and 5 persons, as I said before, have lost their lives. Of the 1,030 travelers who were mandatorily quarantined and tested on their arrival in Ghana on the 21st and 22nd of March, 79 were initially found to be positive, and appropriate arrangements were made for their isolation and treatment. Subsequently, after 12 further days of quarantine, 26 other persons were found to be positive as a result of their second test, bringing the total number of those found to be positive to 105, all of whom have been isolated for treatment. Of the remaining 925 persons who have undergone 2 tests and found to be negative, 804 have been released from quarantine to join their families. The remaining 121 are, as I speak, in the process of being released. I want to thank all of them and their families and loved ones for their understanding and cooperation with the stringent procedures the government was forced to deploy in the public interest. Efforts also at contact tracing have been ramped up over the course of the past week. Indeed, for every confirmed case of COVID-19, all the contacts have been listed, monitored, and tracked. Additionally, in the home or place of work of a confirmed case, all persons, be they at home or at work, have been tested, whether they had symptoms or not. Within the locality or neighborhood of a confirmed case, the opportunity is also being provided for persons to undergo voluntary testing to ascertain the extent of community spread. We are thus about to enter a critical phase of our fight in the coming week, as the Ghana Health Service is due to receive the results of some 15,384 out of 19,276 persons who have been reached through contact tracing. It is the results of these tests that will determine our future course of action. Government's policy and measures will continue to be driven by the science in this matter. The Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences and the Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, are now partnering government in the struggle. I met with their representatives on Friday and arranged with them a mechanism for the realization of this partnership. The nation and I appreciate their involvement. So in the course of the coming week, a determination will be made as to whether or not to extend the duration of the 2-week restriction on movement and the implementation or otherwise of any more enhanced measures to deal with the virus. I have, however, by executive instrument, extended the closure of our borders for 2 more weeks until further notice. The data tells us that the overwhelming majority of confirmed cases came from travelers or from people who have come into contact with travelers. Fellow Ghanaians, tonight I stand before you to ask for your continued patience, support, vigilance, and adherence to the measures. Let each one of us play his or her part to enhance our collective efforts at containing the spread of the virus, which will enable us to hasten the lifting of these restrictions and returning the nation to normalcy. I was encouraged by the appreciation of government's handling of the pandemic and the offer of support by the leadership of the major political parties in the country when I met with them on Friday. I applaud Parliament's decision to call off its planned recess and be on standby to aid in the fight against the virus. I thank staff of the University of Ghana's Noguchi Memorial Institute for Medical Research, the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology's KWASI Center for Collaborative Research, and the National Public Health Reference Laboratory of the Kolebu Teaching Hospital for the solid work they're doing for Mother Ghana. I'm very grateful to the individuals and institutions who have responded to my appeal for donations to be made into the COVID-19 National Trust Fund, which has been established to complement government's fight against the virus and to assist in the welfare of the needy and the vulnerable. A total amount of some 8,750,000 cedi, which includes 600,000 United States dollars, have been received so far for this purpose. I'm happy that so many appointees of my government have also followed my example by donating their salaries to the fund. We are in difficult times, and that is why I directed the Minister for Finance to send to Parliament the Coronavirus Alleviation Program, whose objective is to protect households and livelihoods, support micro, small, and medium-sized businesses, minimize job losses, and source additional funding for promotion of industries to shore up and expand industrial output for domestic consumption and exports. Through this program, the Ministries of Gender, Children and Social Protection and Local Government and Rural Development and the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, working with MMDCEs and the faith-based organizations, have begun to provide food for up to 400,000 individuals and homes in the affected areas of the restrictions. This began in Accra today and will begin in Kumasi tomorrow. It will come in the form of dry food packages and hot meals and will be delivered to vulnerable communities in Accra, Tema, Kumasi, and Kasua. Again, the Ghana Water Company Limited and the Electricity Company of Ghana have been directed to ensure the stable supply of water and electricity during this period. In addition, there will be no disconnection of supply. Furthermore, government will absorb the water bills for all Ghanaians for the next 3 months, i.e. April, May, and June. All water tankers, publicly and privately owned, are also going to be mobilized to ensure the supply of water to all vulnerable communities. Government, in collaboration with the National Board for Small-Scale Industries, business and trade associations, and selected commercial and rural banks, will roll out a soft loan scheme up to a total of 600 million cedis, which will have a 1-year moratorium and 2-year repayment period for micro, small, and medium-scale businesses. Fellow Ghanaians, it is vital that we protect the lives of our frontline health workers who are risking their lives every day to battle this virus. That is why government is placing a high priority on the procurement of personal protective equipment, for them. Thus far, 350,000 masks, 558,650 examination gloves, 1,000 reusable goggles, 20,000 coveralls, 7,000 N95 respirators, 500 waterproof gumboots, 2,000 reusable face shields, 2,000 gallons of hand sanitizers, 10,100 milliliter pieces of hand sanitizers, and 500 shoe covers have been sent to the regional health directorates for onward distribution to the district health directorates for use by our health workers in all the districts. The Minister for Health is ensuring that they reach the health workers. This notwithstanding, government is aware that more needs to be done, especially in the face of the global shortage of PPEs. It is for this reason the government is actively engaged with local manufacturing companies to assist them in the domestic production of PPEs, and I'm encouraged by the response from the Ghanaian private sector. Domestic production of face masks, head covers, surgical scrubs, and gowns will commence from Tuesday. For example, 3,600,000 face masks will be produced domestically with an output of 150,000 per day. I'm equally impressed with the invention of a solar-powered hand-washing sink by Judose from Kumasi, and the COVID-19 prevention electronic bucket made by Kelvin Owusu Dapa and Richard Boating, both students of Obuasi Senior High and Technical School. Necessity indeed is the mother of invention, as the Ghanaian sense of enterprise and innovation is beginning to be felt. An insurance package with an insurance sum of 350,000 cedis for each health personnel and allied professional at the forefront of the fight has been put in place, with a daily allowance of 150 cedis being paid to contact tracers. Government has also decided that all health workers will not pay taxes on their emoluments for the next 3 months, i.e. April, May, and June. Furthermore, all frontline health workers will receive an additional allowance of 50% of their basic salary per month, i.e. for March, April, May, and June. The March allowance will be paid alongside that of April. The Ministry of Transport is also making available for free Ayalolo buses to convey health workers in Accra, Tema, Kumasi, and Kanswa to and from work along specific routes for the entire duration of the restrictions. I'm happy that operators of public transport, such as trotros and taxis, are largely adhering to the admonition to observe social distancing in their vehicles. Each one of them should do so. Towards ensuring the cleanliness of our country, especially in the Greater Accra and the Greater Kumasi areas, which are currently the subjects of the restrictions, the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, together with some 400 personnel drawn from the police, military, fire service, and prison service, from Friday 3rd April to today, Sunday 5th April, have embarked on desilting our gutters, collection and disposal of garbage from homes, public places, markets, and vehicle terminals. We must ensure that the end of this exercise will lead to a new attitude towards cleanliness in our surroundings. That would be a positive legacy from this crisis. MMDAs outside these areas affected by the restrictions have been directed to emulate this cleanup exercise. As of Saturday, 4th April 2020, Markets and lorry terminals in 13 regions have been cleaned and sprayed, with the 3 other regions set to follow in the coming few days. We've had to take the extra step of closing a few markets in Accra and KWASI, where traders and market women had flouted the rules for social distancing. Some districts have also embraced the policy of alternate days for alternative products in a bid to decongest the markets and ensure social distancing. I'm fully aware of the disruptions to your lives occasioned by these measures. Your personal movements, way of life, the education of your children, your livelihoods have all been disturbed by this virus. But believe me, the measures are necessary if we are to free ourselves permanently of this pestilence. Fellow Ghanaians, I will continue passionately to appeal to you to observe prescribed social distancing and good personal hygiene to contain community spread. These enhanced hygiene protocols must become a part of our everyday lives. We must not abandon them. And remember that the law enforcement agencies are going to increase their enforcement of the stay-at-home directive. Do not leave your homes other than for the essential stipulated reasons. The cynics question our capacity for the maintenance of discipline in this period and in its aftermath. However, I am confident that we will prove them wrong. Ghanaians always rise up to the occasion, and we will do so again. United, we're going to win this battle. I'm privileged to be speaking to you on a sacred day of the Christian calendar, Palm Sunday, which ushers in the Holy Week to commemorate the passion and sacrifice of Jesus Christ. Let his example unite all of us, Christians, Muslims, all Ghanaians, in our care for each other and in our resolve to overcome this challenge. This too shall pass. Together, let us ensure that the scourge of this virus becomes nothing but a temporary blip on the fortunes of our nation. And we will go on to realize the vision and aspirations of our forebears who envisaged Ghana to be a free, democratic, prosperous nation, the beacon of freedom and justice, the Black Star of Africa, the harbinger of a new black civilization in which the dignity and prosperity of black people everywhere are assured. May God bless us all and our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you.
Abusuafo Ghana Mampeni His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo Addo Enra enwumre ena wode sanse musi eto oman no anim ne yebo homodin bia akirem senia ye hoden ebetumi penuanom Ghanafo memamwadwo enankura atwamu yi ena meba mafie mu ebesere mu se momfa mo nkwa ena mokra mo afode emayen na yemfa mo oman no ho ban meka se me de ohye bi eto mo so a muntimi nante nyamo nema daada senia mo ye no Amanfo amowo Greater Accra Metropolitan Area Kaswa ena Greater Kumasi se won trafie na wotwemienu se ne be ya yebetimi asi yare ano ne santi amanfo a etete saa miamia yi wonum aboa abo won ho so pa na ne nyina de eye no eye se ne be ya yebetimi aboa na yabo yasasi ho ban
Motie de meka ye no motu ho na mon ebesi sabre ya je ye ho ababa ewiase nyina na enya sasemi Ghana ye kra ye ho mu abia ane ebinom wo honom a waye asobrachie na so mumodo dro no a de mode hihye so mode abotre ani buo ama mo ho anwumrei me fa kwan we so aka se ye dam wase se modi oman emra so na mo ye oman ba pa
na men namwase enkankamu a mudi animu na mo hwese mo bo akra na japade on ba na fe modi yare isu enkunim ya pomde mo adwumayefo meka se aiko ewo matu hu ache ya mode hwe wo mo a enya yare ni bie ene kwan a mo fa so ehwe omanfo nyina mo ene akunini ni anintire ewo sabre emu na ban be di obetumi bia ewo na hoodne ene ne tumi mu ama mo akande amuhia se be ya mode be ye adwuma na ye bambofo nso so ya mo hwese ehya de ato no bia ebedi so mo amutu montene so no pa wia ya na dwo na mo hwese mo besi pampim kwan so na obia ede hihye ni nyina aye adwuma no ye de mo kakese mo bambon hyehyeye ene ntoto a mo yeye ene ma kwan ma pomdi mo adwumayefo etimi tin woni a ene wo mo anya yare ni bie edi ensawosuo nyina ama ne asese yeye no yaye ede afa ho
yanya amanebo kakra se posi ene asojafo ya wo mo eye adwuma dodo no a ye adwuma no kama e wo sede obuo ne anidie ekwanso so mo ye adwuma ede adwuma no ho mra ne hyehyeye aye adwuma frenchim ye ka bionse o me aso ye hwampotamu amemo ni nkrase mpuntuo so no wo mo dwuma wo di ne ade asiesie krom ye hu se bambo adwuma ye fo de won ho agim e boa me ate bonka hoduom ne ade aboa ahonedie e wo adwa ahodo a ye wo no emu
na ensemfu abaako mienu bia akwako hia se bambofo de ahodene ya ebroso ene omanfo ebeka asem se be ya hihye de ato se obi MP na obi anante banchire no ebedi so no Inspector General of Police any Chief of Defense Staff Ghana Armed Forces won mutu anamon ahwehwe saa ensem no mu na won ma hye me bose obi a obedi fo ewo saade num se emra ye da ho wanfa anya adwuma no ye betwe na so se ne emra no etie na ebesi se ye kasei wonum a esusu mo ye sa bone no yatwe wonum e de afri bambo adwumafo a wo mo ye adwuma sesi a no emu se ne be ya ebetumi abo ma bibia koyie na se be ye na asrafo so atumi wo mo adwuma yie nti no bambo no nyuma ko no mo mpanifo no nyina no yate wo mo ahwem ya wo mo so eboa ama bibia aye wano
ewo mu sa enema bi entwa yie te se enipa bi ya woni oman ho do wo di video enya no kore chese bambofo ejojo nkrofo sa video yifa enfro my Ghana mumpo ane de ye bibi de kan samwe bema ya kasa bambofo ye wo my Ghana tietie nipa eso enya dia ehye nkran sa nipa no enkyere oman bapa ho do eya entwa yie enti omo ye sa ne hwe na wo munyae okon ye nyina na ewom enti mfaso ben no obi benya wo so se wode video wa enya papa eti sei na de ni tan no oyaw be hye omanfo mu ebe nante ato apeti o mayi mu ama enkrofo ehen apoto won ho hwan ne benya we so mfaso obia ne hono mu asabe bibia koyie e wona dwene mu obeka se enema eti sei eye papa woni a emra ekuta won samu no woma hwe hinam so se nipa a this video yi enam ye be hwe won akira kwan na de wo se ye no ya ye e de afa won ho
menuanom Ghana fo sani amaka no mre bi a etwamu no de aban ye nyina eniama titiro enum bi ena opese onya de di kan ni se ye besi yare ano na ye man ntetre biom womo a eyare no soso ye betumi ahwe womo sene a ese efata ena sunsuanso obone ya sa yare benya ewo ye sikasem ne dada sitrem ntoto yesem so no ye betumi aso ano na afi yasan aboa anamo a yetuo se ne ye hia wo ye mamu no yankase ye bebo ye ho so na ya ye bie no ya hye sa na montuo no mu kena
ebesi enne kwasiada epode etoso enum a menemo kasei o my god mu nipa hanu aduonu nan ene aso ma hwa yare ne wo won widie mu Greater Accra Mantamu enipa wo ha aduowotwe enkron 189 Asante Mantamu nipa du mienu Etifi Mantamu Northern Region enipa du Upper West enipa baako Upper East enipa baako Epoya Mantamu so enipa baako Enipa du awa etifi Mantamu no mu fra bibrem atoya mai bi so eno mu wuro mai mu kwambone so ebra ne atobode mu ya kan nyina bomu a enipa miensa na won ho ato won kra enipa aduanan kron so won ho ye ama baabia ede ayafo ni go hwe won treatment facility no yeyi won afri ho a won mo ehwe akode aka ewo fie enipa wo ha aduonum enum 155 aka no won mo so eguso gi ayarehwe emu mienu ana omo de no enye papa bia enipa num de munim dada se wo mahwere wo nkwa
na akwantufo apem ene aduasa ya wo mo eba wo man no mu ya wo man nankasa eto wo mo punu mu bosome miensa na obenim bosome ne de to so aduonu baako ene aduonu mienu eso no eni animu firi ayekoko firi wo mo no ene ehunu se aduoson kron 79 wo mo yareboa no ebi dintentemo a ena yeye nhyehyeye ede wonum kọ baabi a esese yede wo mokọ na yetimi nya kwan ehwe wo mo enu achi enafo adum enu achi a yesan kokọ free wonum a aka no emu aduonu nsia esen enya yareboa ne bi etu wo mo soso yi wo bu finipam de wo mokọ hye baabi a yede wonum behye se be ya yebetumi ahwe wo mo etu kan nyina bomu a na ye nipa wo ha en enum saa kwantufo no mu akwantufo apem ene aduasa no mu wo ha en enum ena yareboa ne bi na ewo wo ho na ahankron aduonu enum a aka no ye firi wo mo ne mprenu so ehu se wo mu ahangotwe ene enan 804 bibia ni wo ho enti agya won se wo mu nkofie ene abusua enkokobo na waha ene aduonu baako a aka no meka sei yegusua eye nhyehyeye a yede befa so agya won ma makofie me pese me da wonom ene won mabusuafo nyina ase e wonte ase ya ene ahohyeso a omunyaaye se be ya nhyehyeye aban de to ho no bibia ebekoyie de ama oman no
anamona yetu de boni pen ni se nipa omunya yare bia bompu ni mpumu no na wochi abesni krontem ye miemu pa na obia yeso no hwa covid-19 wo bie no enipa oni wo ma bompu ni mpu ye tintim ye bu akire ye hunu bi afei se omu wo fie se baabi omu ye adwuma enipa ni wo madi kaso bom nyina ye guso edi hu dwuma ebi yaso o mahwe se nipa nanya yare na hyanso ni bi ananso onya nsenkyereni bia empotamu ahodo ansem ni bi ana yare na yi ne tie no yenam kwa weso ka tromanfo se obia betimi afri ni pem na wakwa akoso ni moja ahwe voluntary testing no na wahunu se ebi aba ne so anase ebi ema ne so na ye de asia no a entretrepi
apomden mu adwumayefo abo ho modene eti nipa empem edum kro hanu edioso ensia 19,276 na numu no waye hwemu ediafa emu empem edunum ahasa ediowotwe 15,384 awie saa na wotwe mu no ena firi ayekoko firi wo mu no ehun sunsuanso no apomden adwumayefo ensabeka na enu ena be kire anamo a esese yetuo efiri sabre ekro no aban hihye a wode agu akwamu no yebekọ so ahwe hihye pa ye beboa ne ayensa Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences ene Center for Scientific and Industrial Research womo ene aban akabum ezesa adwene ewo saa bere emu mene wo mo akanifo ehyiae na ye nhyehyɛ ekwa animu pa na we no oman nani so anamo a wo matu wo ho pa
Yegusu kete for some penny na nado dan kwakufa don someone na woni o mayi kasa ye sima be se aduonu nkomo twetwe no eno na yeyi na nkakra baako ne pom ede ema yetiefo se be yanse hien ye nyina ye bete na yate ase afekofeko na ye hunu de betimi aye ede aboa no eye peace fm kasebo na wutie eye live for social media platforms ahodo a ye da so titru eye peace fm online ewo Facebook and a despite media ewo YouTube afei yetwa so na watwe a yesimu imu no ye behwe ne asigina yese yetwa so na watwe mienu hye no a ye de ato manfo so ama yetifie no yetwa so ananso yetwa so ana ni nyina ya na mo na ye pese yetu na ye de si yareboi ekwan krakrakrakrakra na wantretre emom magina tumi on my mradia ma me executive instrument ne so ama ye hye so ye de na watwe mienu hye asan ato so de aka de na no me de to so no eso asekire ne se enipa de yare yi bi abo mai mudodo no a odi finkrofo aman so ene baaye ena kakra bi ekosi de yebu ho nkonten ena ye nipa a wo mo mai mo ne se nipa a de yare ne finkrofo aman so baaye ebompu enimpu
Minianum Ghana for Anajuya migira monim ekasei mekoswa asre mabotre machitaye mani da ho ene emnasudie e de afrim ho obia nya ne famudie emwa se be ya yare yi entretre na yame ye ho ye ha e wo saa kwan no so a eno ena betimi ama yayi ohye ya yede ato yenso no afiri ho na yedada abrabo no abase ne anetie no a
said your mama esi aso aban na motuemu ekanfo aban no ye ne aso afei amanyokuo ahodo ye wo mayi mu nso atuhu akye ene ankeka wode airtai aban chi no eye ni so na anu fieda me ne wo mu hyiaye na ye bedam rahye so ase senka homeji omukọ no omatwea sensen no mo nyina agyina tente no eboa ama yareboa ye ne no ede asie ni afei University of Ghana Noguchi Memorial Institute of Medical Research Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology Center for Collaborative Research National Public Health Reference Laboratory Ewo Kolebu Teaching Hospital yada won so ase adwumaden a wo ye de boa oman Ghana
na mani ajepa ankurankura ni nyumakuo ya wonoma age me frɛ so se yentietia kakra enfanto COVID-19 National Trust Fund numu sa fotuo yi a aban boy se yempa kakra fantum na yemfanko entia yareboa yi na fe yemfa benhwe mobrowafo ene oni bie no meka sei sika opepem ngotwe empema ahanson ena Syria dioson enum egu akire akwasikoko beka se 8,750,000 cedis eno ene sika ya yensaka ya sa sika no America dollar no mu empema hensia $600,000 ewo mu eno ni sika ebesisi ye kase yensaka na mani so age pa se won ma mafo mo adwuma o ma ban mu no wo mo ahwe senna ho ya me de to ho no so se wo mo so yi wakatua bi e de eto foto no mu
ya wo brai mu odimu enu nti maka chesika sem soafo sa won fa nkodam no ahye coronavirus alleviation program cap na ye fa hwe enso so manma emu abia afiafie mu omanfo asetena mu ye fa mu anwuma nkuma enwuma dantamu ene woni etetete sa na aboa amenkrofo omadwuma bebo mo esoate na afesu yetanya sika ne bi ade aboa manyuma hodo a betimi akyekyere o mayi mu efiridwuma industries a ye de be hye ye ho de ne ade aye adwuma na se ye nya bi ankra mfa mo no nimpo a ye betimi anya de ye ne akasa ye wo my Ghana mu no sika sam asoe no etu ho anamon
na enam saa nhyehyɛ yi so ase ye hwɛ onipa asetrem ntotoepa ensem so ne ahwe mpotemu amemu nhyehyeye so aturenchem bremu aboafo ene coupon mensini nyina na hyebadwa MMDCs no ene esom ne gidie mu akuhodoɔ ahyɛ ase nnuane ema nipa bɛyɛ empema hanan ene akyire ɛwɔ mmea yɛrisa ohyeyi ato wɔn so na ene hyɛ ase wɔ nkran ha sei nyame ɛyɛ adomo a ɔkyena yɛkyɛ sɛ yɛ nnadwui ɛna kumase so ebefiri ase na nnuane ne bi ɛbɛyɛ nea yɛayɛ wiano awie dada ɛna bi so bɛyɛ deɛ yɛ noayɛ na yɛde bɛkɔ mmɔboro wafoɔ mpɔtamu hɔ ɛwɔ nkran tema kumase ɛna kasoa
Ebion, Makacha Ghana Water Company Limited, and the Electricity Company of Ghana say, Wamun Shamwa Emma Ensuo, Emra will be a fear baby and sue baby. A fay electricity for so, Wamo and Shassa on Bemina Modeno Ejnaso. And Wechi, Macadia Chen Mequemia no say, a bread ye, Omusha no man could travel beyond Kenyam, and also Yanko 2 be and sum set what the car. Bion aban afa ensuo ho ka abosume miensa ya edi ye animu ensuo ya oman super adwuma Ghana water ede so manfo no bosume April May and June bremu no obie ntua water bill afei water tankers ahodo no de ye oman de ne de ye ankrankra de nyina aban etutu anamon se obetumi aye adwuma atwe nsuo edi akwakoma mmea hodo a pipe nie na omanfo anya nsupa edi abo won ho bra
aban any National Board for Small Scale Industries atana kesi a ehwe enwuma nketenkete ne adentemu ho wo mo yedie so afa Business and Trade Associations and rural banks commercial banks binom any rural banks bi aka ho abom etwe sikabotene Ghana sika opepema hensia 600 million Ghana cedis say yamfanso nyuma nkuma dantemu ene hone hofo no yamfanso wonom asene yama omobosia ya emuguo na sa abosia no yebema afe amwatwitwa ho ansana wahya ase atua afe achi obehya ase atua no eno so yebema mfie mienu ena wo de aye adwuma atua sa abosia no
many onom Ghana mamba empanifu edi animu apomdi adwuma yefo a wo hwegina kono ame edi akosa yare yi ensese ye ma omde wo nkwato esan mu saa enu nti aban de wo mo bambo atuna koma so a akade obetimi di abo won ho ban de wo friend personal protective equipment PPEs no ye pedodo ebetimi bia de ama wo mo ye kasei de edi hye ya no ne ye hwene eye mask no yenya ahasa empem ahasa aduonum 350,000 afei enote kokoda yenya akade etese gloves eno so apem a yede emom eno achi goggles enso yenya empem aduonum coveralls enso empem nson ana afei waterproof gumboot nso yenya henum yenya respirators no aduonum aduokron enum 95 yenya face shield de omede boban no nso a yebetimi ade aye adwuma mpren bebre no empem mienu ana hand sanitizers nso empem mienu afei hand sanitizers 100 ml no empem ha ana shoe covers nso ahenum mantama pomuden atena ye ni nyina ye kyeche de akoho na odi amapomuden adwuma yefo na odi aye adwade edi abo won ho ban apomuden aso ye no ebehwe se apomuden adwuma yefo ensa beka sa na emen wei ete kokoda aban etutu anamo ne bion se ye benya sa na emen dodo edi aka ho titriu ebre ho aye den wo wiase amamamu yin ye pekwan ye befa so anya bi e de abepi won so
na ne santi ena aban ene nyumaku ahodo ye wo man mu a wo mo eye yesa enema ibi adwade ibie no twetwe nkomo se ne be ya yebetimi aye dodo no a ewo ye man emu na face mask ye de kate anim de kate etri so ntade a ye hye edi ye adwuma wa yasabe ahodo no de de kata ye na ho de de kata ye nimu ho mpaboa ne ade ni nyina no nyame ye adom a ochene benan ene ye be hye ne yase e wo Ghana ha sei enti moma me ma mo mfato ho ye karikari ye ni a ye be ye opepepem miensa ena eno 3,600,000 face masks. It will pay me and say, Pima Hinsi Gusu or mask, no, the other Ekata Erano, and no any abaya ewo memo. Now send a bayan on say, that could be ano, some mask no Edekata Erano. Ye baye and Pim Waha Edun 150. Now, a yaman waka sepa so ewo adwene ya nua Jew or say ya wo kumase ono ankasa tena siese sa adwene hu say ewie ya ebo ya memfa nya bibi mfansi ankore so se be ye betumi aboa ama wodasani etimi de ahohoro ne nsa afei electronic bucket ya Kevin Osu dapa ene Richard Boatin a so e adesuafo e wo Boase Senior High Technical School omo ye no so amama ni ajepa no kwasem sempani se ye dia di bio ene ma woho esede na Ghana fo etu nwache ni metumi aye sunsumu a ye hunu sa abre mu no e ya ho amame
Yaya insurance ade amapom di adwuma yefo ni nyina se obia tri so ye twa 350,000 Ghana cedis a eye insurance ade e ma wo mo e bra wo mu gina kono enu achi ye de allowance 150 Ghana cedis e me nipa e bo akire ahwe nipa ni woni anya ya ni bi abompu ni mpu wo mo ya contact tracing no aban asan aye no se adwuma yefo a wa apomdin adwuma mu no abosome miensa ye di yanim wo makatua soto aban ayi wo muntua to chese abosome April May and June eno te kokoda obia katua do hanchemu aduonum 50% e san api ne so ewo adwuma wo mo eye eno no mpode e hya ase March ya besene no April May and June March akatua kodada enti March de no April akatua bremu ye de beka ho ama wo mo ase hwa akwantuo sonso etutu na mon se ye de ayalolo bases ebefa apomdi adwuma ye fo ye won kran tema kumase ene kaswade wo makwa adwuma aside wo mo aba ebrebia wo mo ekwa adwuma titiu ebra sa ohye ewo omenyi so
na emeni jepa se wonum so a ehwe ahyen ahodo so trotro tasi en won maka ho ni nyina so enhyehyɛ a yɛde tu dwa sɛ yɛntiti ye ho entem men ye nkɔgyina mfoafo aso no wonum nyina ate ase na obi ade yɛ adwuma na mesrɛ sɛ yɛnkɔ nye ne saa
Sebeya hunidie beka ye so mighty titu Greater Accra mantami mu ni Greater Kumasi baby a yare wo na ye de restrictions anasa o hye ato ye so no asoya hwa hunidie ni nsu ansem eso ene bambofo besa ahanan ayeyi won free post adwuma mu soja adwuma mu odumje adwuma ena afa prison adwuma mu no efri na anu fiada epoda etoso miensa besi nekwasi amene mo kasai o mafrase etete bonka hoduom esese fi edi efri mpotamu edwa ahodo baabi a boss gina na nyina edi aboa honedie na sese adwuma kwa awie ya e wo se yetimi edan su foforo di e wo ahonedie ensemu and the papa COVID-19 betimi die giant eya ahonedie sabre ye bremu odin yi enema ye da ne die no yemfanya adwuma ye na akanyina MMDA sanasa metropolitan municipal and district assemblies ahodo a baby e de o sha to ye so monka ho no so momanya wasehia na saa ahosiesie adwuma na ekoso no monso munya bi e wo mompotamu
ebesi memenda bosumi da etoso enan no edwa hoduo bi ene ahye gina bia ya ewo amantam edu miensam ewa Ghana asei yesiesie wo nyina de nro apetepete ho nyina na amantam miensa no akaro so enefua ya edi animu yi yeba abaye ho nyina ewo kokko hia se yetu anamon na edwa binum ewo enkran ene kumase baby adwadifo no aye won madwene se yes mo obia na obia nko gina nkofo afo aso o mo mfa nya adwuma no yetum na mensini bi nso so aye wo mo ankasa nhyehyɛ ya won ma eton ne ma odwa no mu no se bia wo mo eton ade ba ko ne ma wo nyina ba ne a na wo mo maka ne nyina tena fie kyena na foforo nso kɔ nti emfa ne se bia ntosifo na ebe mo ma ba ne a nyaadoafo ma ekyena na nyaadoafo so aba ne ntosifo so atena fie
menimpa sa nhyehyɛ yi ebe hamo ha omanfo se de si edi akwaniaba ye dada brabo ha yen manwomesua ha ye dwuma wanyina virus defwe akotwe dia brayen nanso megidi se ehia si etu sa na monwe na ye ne sa yare renfo yi a wabaye so tosumi ye ne ko na ye di ne sunkunim na wo free ye mu ekokrakrakrakrakra
enti menuanom Ghanafo mekoso a wahobrasiem asremo se nipa ntam se enyina afoaso ya yede eho ato ho ene desani ahonidie ho hyehye a yede ato ho no yeni so pepepe se ne be ya yare no entretre ewo yempotamu ahonidie ho hyehye a aka ne nyina no moma emeka ye dada abrabo ho eni si ejaye na afi yenkai se won ma ehwe se yebedi emra so no omo ehye se yentena fie emfiri wo fie enkwa abonten wa abra de wo kwakoye no enya de a ekire so bro so na nipa binum a wo de ebegu a enwufo se wo mo mpese ahunhyeso ne buo yede ebe adwuma ewo saa abre yi emu ne niema ye nyina no wo nyaaye a nanka anya yie no me de me wani da so ne arehemu se wo mo nsabesi fom ebre bi ehia se Ghana esori kirebe no ye ema ne yefe na menim se saa kun so ebedi munkunim
ayama hohoahoa se enne kwasia da ye da ponda ewa Christopher enkuntabuo da so anaso Christopher eda ponda te se Palm Sunday ena menemu edi enkita ho Palm Sunday yibo kwan ema na wotwea eye Holy Week ye de ehye ho efa eka Yesu Kristo na ho fama ene afore a wo boye ede ema Christopher mama wei enkaka ye nyina ne emfa kabomu entena se Christopher musumlifo ena afi Ghanafo nyina yen kra yen ho mu abia na ye nyina yen kamom na yentimi eni okun yi esonkunim wei so ebetwem
ye nyina yen kamom na yentwi saa yarebo yi anim yenim se wa hayen nema yedi si ye ni so senke epese ye no nanso ebretia bi mu ye bese agina ye nan so biom na enhyehye ya ye nananom abri wonum wogani ede kyekire wo man no esi ho wo mu karikari wo mani ehunu ba bia na nko pese Ghana edro kebi ma minka bi mu yedie mu fanhudie mu pepeye mu se Ghana eba be ya bibi man nyina soma ebe hyeren ene ahomegibia ede ama obi brebia ya wo asase eso no yebetimi aduru saa enhyehye no eho
onyankopon hira ye nyina o hira ye mighty as my Ghana ama meyinya kese na enya ahoden
medamu nyina se samunya adaje editie me
abusuade de bromu ye omampani na na dodan kwakufa don koma enura oni omayi boye wakasa ye sema aduonu ne akire na ensem oka ye ne yakase ne baako ya nsone so ya boabo ansem ne nyina na yaka no baako sede osi eka no de emamo wei enye ebre ayetim da no obroni se wei enye normal times etimonti ase se yakase bo no atra don hwere baako ene akire ye jira we so ahmeso ye to ye basisia
0.9 Neat Ghana Montie Bo Kasia bo Kowaka Tamonsa Amaya sa Kasia waje Onye yimu no cretrodo, come on, bo. Muma yentie. Kwasi Aboagye 100.9.
Kwasi Bonkwe.
Utie oha echi ponkno. Needs FM.
Ejaba boni di adwa ma wubi eti ya menu afa hin na mahwie fufuo ti ase dada menya wofo yi papa so ba fie ni anwie fufuo ya asam aba na so oben wadi fufuo edi mpreni ne mpresa da kro beye de ni ahwie fufuo a akode wonwane
adwa mo adwuma se me ni fie adwuma di mini fufuo kakra ba o medie no eno to metwa ma da pasa aso wo kan na matire nyira
wati ate na make am meboa
ebo de odi komum na sese ade obra to otwa fufuo ai won wodrom pam na wo ma siu na wotimu aba na wo sadade na wo temfra kwada ni nyina tuatwa make say ya need food sadaroma wo bia mani ye pa ya wa ya mbode fufuo ni mankani fufuo a wine powder wo de gu da kam kama ya yefra no need fufuo
eni anu bi na masori ba until izi kama me di ye yo
sese bia
mama hwe bia need fufuo eye kama say bode fufuo ni mankan fufuo papa bi na wo ka say twan eposim na ede na me so kan so ento simanu pe no wa wie wo hie wo kwa papa bi aguso
Bechesa de ama mani kura agisa ni fufuo a ma ko to bi kura ba ne se se de Ghana for sipom fufuo no anu an wo ye nu enti se wo hwa fufuo won pam wo drom ni we nu a wo ho susuna bia wom wo nso de body ni mankan fufuo papa bi
eje nie eni afi na fufuo na afi na wo bedi pa ne se de wo bedi ne se ne wo fa mojaduro ana pa wi ani anadwo a wo koda
ni fufuo supermarket bia mu ni fufuo e wo fi a ani gye nko a
FDA anhwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye
Utie oha echi ponkno. Needs FM.
Adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo need 100.9 FM.
April ni that also nsia ene joada nanso aba pansima enso ma munyina kwa babiomba ejumedie no so neat 100.9 today Monday. It's a new week, it's a fresh day, and we're here to serve you from now till 10. Yababedi nkomo ne ekoso of my Ghana woman me and some latest update COVID-19 coronavirus me sure say omanpanyi enra oni Ghana my ekasaye wate ye nchechie mu no bra yenuanmo edebre mu no so yehwe nsem no nkomo no aka no se ne sitie the bon krata no ene joy saying ene omo ka ewo ye omenim sem ne edi akotene ye bekwa ama no so na enkomo no ne hia ncheche mu bia na no pe yetimi ama wate ase efrem kwesi Aboagye na mdigimedie hu chiame akosi sapon ka me ho eboa bekinkan ye the bon krata no edi amae yanyi ye the bon krata no anyone say akosi front pages of the daily today Monday yanko
daily graphic na mede ba na daily graphic dia hanopei hode aba hode mampanyimfo nyini ato animu ha enra ensamo a wode ato Ghana fo anim sa coronavirus ya na COVID-19 ni ba ye okan ye se branu bia no onfa bibia nsie Ghana fo ade bia sese oye na wode boa no obeye na fam die se mampanyini se de Ghana fo de tumi ahye ne nsem nti ene branu a encha ye mampanyi begina simpie so de nsem tudwa enra so saa obegina simpie so de nsem tudwa enra sam no na daily graphic e de aba animu ha sei na daily graphic kire se mampanyi enra nsem o kan ye ne bi ene se wode water bill bo so memiensa enya de a obema obi atua eno ho asem e wa ha afei apomde adwumayefo a wo mu egina animu ehwe se won mu ayade bi ache wo mu ene wo mu a bia bi beche wo mo ede on beba no begina ni mu no makonkoden no eno so wo mo akatua no ye chemu mienu si ehu ne de fa sa to wo mo so eno so ode aba afa wo si apomde adwuma efo mbenya nneoma ne akade a wo mo de be ya adwuma nti mo bia ya mo hyehye no ye wo mo de ni nyina se eguso a wo mo cheche se de be obi ansa be kan de 83.6 million PPs a wo mo de ba be man ye no wo omanyi mu na afa ya che e de ama apomde adwuma efo daily graphic na aba amane esa no afa daily graphic ade aba wacha say enra na eye Palm Sunday kedru say ye anke nyina ya gitwini agitrada yakowuramu aso dem ya bompa ye hurihuri ya sa ya tonnwom fifire ne ya keka ka ho so nra de abra ye Palm Sunday no obi ya di wo hunu hwe obi aye ne de woni fie wɔn a yɛ abɛnkwan korɔ wɔn yɛ wɔ mu fie kɛnka ne nso deɛ na nka obi tumi hunu obi deɛ ɛso ne deɛ obi ayɛ ne deɛ wɔ dɛm eti daily graphic de ho asɛm aba wɔsɛ yɛ di Palm Sunday no abra yɛ anyɛ ɔsom biara daily graphic abɔ amaneɛ sɛ nkran ne kumase clean up akɔso ɛne kumase deɛ ɛkɔso nkran ha sɛ deɛ ɛkɔso ama sogyafoɔ nyinaa didi mbi daily graphic na abo amane wei wose apoya mantem from mantem oti region enyina wo mu dwa no disinfection no ye wo ho wo mu guso a wo mu hwe se wo mu ebe disinfect market no tese wo mu gbaduro wo ho se de be ye no ebe boa ama coronavirus ya ye pese ye bo ho ban yi ye betimi ahwe ho asem aka eno e wo daily graphic a kire ho me the Ghanaian Times the obokrata e na eba Ghanaian Times the obokrata eba amane e no che se efi pa one cry ha say no clean up na fuama akoma and what yes you are warrior and no some ewa ha afei was COVID-19 and run na Palm Sunday no and I'm some man for ntimi ampie ye nyina ye no wodam obi abon mpaye and de akeka ka ho nyina no Ghanaian Times e de aba and na mampanyin sam a work no was so catch up omudenfo apomuden adwumayefo so omunya abotre bibia da na kwan mu mbehwe se bambo insurance ne etro omuntu ye nyina ho asem wokan ye ena afei wo chese e boda so aya tutum no ye de na wotwe mienu ena ape so kwesi
medasi na enra emsa semba kwa pie babeto dwa e wa shama na chese yesi obi ahwere ne nkwa na ne nkwa wa ahwere ne nyina agina se sojani asojafo a wo mo boa e wo ban bomu e wo ya shama no na emse baako apepre bi ekoso chese sojani wo bomodi an se lockdown be ye adwuma na emse onia baako wo no eniema bi an hyeda nko yie no oni sojani enie mentimi ho ase o mdidi mu saa na etuo ipe yesi etuo ya make say wafa mu ahwere ne nko
adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo neat 100.9 FM
so ye ba be kwa mano so na yakwa kodi eno ho enkomo kakra na there's a statement I know so fi member of parliament for Ashaiman Ababa Todja killing of Mr. Eric Ofochu Ashaiman MP demands justice inti ye bomodi ansi en sabeka honorable member of parliament na yakoso na yetimini no edi nkomo minim se akosia de bon krata na bi dis asemi bai Ashaiman di ninja sure okay because enra enyumre na em say esi esi
the krata no say nankasa the krata nye nyina na baaye nti de baaye me 1 2 3 4 5 6
yeah
and baaye
baby lockdown
omu nyina lockdown say adwumayefo yase entete so ati ase nti o mate so anti ase omu ena say eyi ena no peye baaye asem si
obi anka so omu entete so but em say nipa na ohwe se ne nemasi go ohwe se ne bia nemasi kona
kono na tia na wo se oteso ana wo lock wo ho down because enye better sa
yeah bem say no na ma abane sa
okay
oh no yeah no can be
eyi anope ye baaye na eyi o say ye ha se kura no nkrofo yama ya tete so adwuma na bi ko na bi abasa ha ena wo mo kan ofo mo se na na nse de ensantrofo nko assignment am say lockdown wo ho nti obi anya bi assignment yi wo be ye no ene ye so wo ntena fie enti say why na wo kwakọ jinsep frɛ nipa kro wo fon so eti afa mo se na solene
oh we ni nko amudi
enu so ya de se no na mampanyin na mo hwe se ensantrofo ebia
Meet 100.9 Ghana Montie yada sigusu ano pay wa dwinchi obetimi dia fa ye WhatsApp line so 050372 174 050372 17 when we
there be menwie
okay
afena na eja
you
enti abusia na eno no so eno no ma memfa eye the new crusading guide the obokrata dia no pay wode ebaye ena mampanyin nsem na okan ye no okan utility bills no eye nsuo no ofaye wose nsuo die anakwesi nya sa nsuo wose nsuo die bosome miensa obi antua eno ho asem wode aba ewa ha afi wose ehu pa bokasoa ayaresa bia ye friend St Gregory Hospital what's your nurse for na wo ho no PPs and your man no de beba mo ho ban no say bia nose mask o eye gloves o eye de o mo de be show e de be yo wo mu ni bi enti ama nurse fo no ne doctor fo nyina ayam hyehyia wo na atọ mo so say wo mo hunu de omo ye kra ama no the new crusading guide de ho asem aba the new crusading guide kuro ye ba amane say asojafo ene zoom lion fo ene nkrofo ahodo na say wo ma town kran ha bo mo bo a wo mo prapra wo mo eye clean up ene papa clean up den tete gata mu ba bi atwoku nyina no wo mo ehwe no matutu na we mu nyina kwaso ene say Dr. KWASI ndum waje ne car de free PPP general secretary ho say wakwa tai new voter register echi enti waje ne car free nsem ama eno so the new crusading guide abo amane anopen me the publisher da ubakra tai to aso the publisher abo amane say ereya ye so ye gini ni ya waka nipa du a ye se yetase wo mo free gini ba na yetase wo ma na mo covid-19 ni bi odwane ye no wo free tamale afatachiman afabua befa santimantamu abefa besinkran ha yache no afa ni yache no wanenna musa nti ye bisase nipa dodo sei ka be no otenem ka no otem ne nipa ewo mu ka be mpo beden tracing yi enti yache no ena the new publisher de ho asem aba oso ora na po oso bebo ayi apomden ho efo no bebo mo ho ban nti nyoma ode ko ma wo mo de aba otumfo o se tutu opem so yewura se enya de obetimi atena se ebinum ni sika o mo de be lockdown no ebinum paduane adi enu nti wono so ne de a obetimi aye wa santemantam no waboa ama wo mo chenuane de rewura efiefie mu ne miamia wo manfo a wo mu ni bie no wakọ akọ de ne de so akọ me mama wo aduane ne nyoma hodo a wo mu ehia no wo de akọ ma wonom ama the new publisher de ho asem aba afa wo se party akese ni nyina na anu fiada yete ene enkabom se ya kukuro baby adro de anya ntitimu asem ena nya party asem ye se wo bi na aba obi ewu nya afa ne ebe kire MPP nie ena NDC nie da bi etu ase party akuku dam akese nsia wo mu nyina aka bom a wo mani abre se covid-19 ni de wo mu nyina ginam na ya hwe akonkoden na ya tu yade yase ya pam no kra de free wo man mu ama eno ho asem no the new publisher abomu amane wo se ekanti contractor weja project ho he weja project wo AMA just say enkaimantam ha say ekanti ekaya de contractant eti e ho asem no the new publisher e de ho asem aba na the insight da ubakra ta se wo Cuba eti Cuba and was in Cuba for akeka bia kire US for say yes say the donation bra omo a omo se omo nye enti eno no human right wo matietia so eno ho asem nti ode eyi omampanyi Donald Trump ene omampanyi Miguel Diaz Canel wono no Cuba mampanyi omumienu no omda say obi akeka bia kire we nti no wode ho asem aba ena fe GAMLS wo mo sisi ehia lab any scientists bebre kwa a o mbetimi aye hwehwemu bra no tentem na yetimi ehunu results no so tentem na ehunu say yetimi aso ano na yetimi aso ano eno na Ghana Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists for ena omo kasa asem we ama the insight the ubokrata abo sa amanie yi na de amidi area wo the ubokrata na moboso no eye the inquisitor no chese single window ewo port no say no aye dendenden unipass deal no e no cha say okopie mo ho asai aye bisi basa onumunyamfo kofibu ana ekasai eno ho asem ode abade mpanimfu akuku damumfo nyini abetoa so afo ohwe sikasem so onumunyamfo ya asafomafo onumunyamfo John Alankwadwo Kiramatin eno ode onumunyamfo Emmanuel Amakofibu ansumfo nyina to ha eno oka GCnet West Blue contractor wo mo say aye ayi basa no eno ho asem so ode aba ewo the inquisitor mu etikwesi the obankata no emoboso no eno no.
That's it. So the front pages of the dailies today, Monday, 6th April 2020, and yade abremno enche bia ye behure mu na yaje eye ensem no so sene sitie muncheche mu nyina yade brel anopay na sene bia atodwe na se bia wadwenche bia pesa ode boa obetimi dia fire WhatsApp line no ewo 050 3721744 05037211744 na enra mampanyi ene Ghana man kasa me so sa no peye kase no kase bo no te ya chechi mu nsem ne bi o mampanyi ede to dwa na teacher am se ni abe enkomodie no gina se na manfo hwe nim se lockdown no mampanyi no abe extend na wa extend no na ni o mampanyi kan ne se ye that's why ye testing bi enkrofo be over 15,000 na sa aye lockdown si ebe extend no ebe gina yetimi yes anhwemu no wi a enti yɛmmɔ mpaeɛ na 15,000 people are nhwɛmu yɛtɛsɛ ɔm ne ne ɛka ho yi no bibipa ɛmfi mu ba nyɛ saa deɛ a menua yɛbɛ extended lockdown no. Another issue I am saying na no so amanfo di ho nkɔmmɔ paa yɛ water bill bosome miɛnsa mampanyin sɛ so it will be April, May, June. Yes, April, May, June. I just say pipe kano or aban afa. Ensuo ho eka aban afa. Na ebi say man panyi why ade na nko mo hwe anim say nka ode electricity bill beka ho. And I'm say on file electricity bill ka ho sa na Ghana fo bi no ka ho. Say why ade water bill waje ni ɛka ho wɔn hwɛ yɛn ɛfa COVID-19 apɔmuden for health workers for no nhyehyɛ bebree nso akɔ ama wɔn te sɛ bia 50% salary allowance yɛde mu wɔn bosomi akatua no ɛsi yɛde ɛyɛ ɔha nkyekyɛ mu ɛfa ɛsan de ka ho ade ama wɔn a kyɛ sɛ otumi sɛ ɛnyɛ no nko a wɔn ntua tax wɔn bosomi akatua no bɛyɛ nea ɛda yɛn anim yi nti otumi sɛ nhyehyɛ no yes ebi ani agye ho ebi nso eni nye ho
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Odesampa Kasia Kowakatemonsa Amaya se Kasia waje onye yimu no cretrodo kamadine men kamadine bo Mama yentie kwesi ABOAGYE 100.9
Kwesi bonkwe
na enra omanpanyin nsɛm ɔde to dwa no baako nso epie mu no sɛ ɛyɛ health workers no aban ɛma ɔmo free buses a kyɛ sɛ yɛde bɛfɔ ɔmo de ɔmo akɔ adwuma ne yɛde ɔmo bɛfifie ne ɛbɛka ho na saa ɛyɛ buses a ɔmo bɛdi sɛ adwuma yi ɛyɛ ayalolo transport services na wɔn kasa maa fo yɛ owura afra akyiri yɛnkɔ ne yɛnkɔ hɛ owura akyiri yɛda ase mu akɔ ababa ne tfm so anɔpɛ yi
Abesi me da se, o dai.
me ho yɛ paa na mo nso ɛ
Anyame adom me also yes ho ye ne na abra no pe.
minim sɛ mo adwuma asɔde papa enti san na mo yɛ san hyehyɛ ɔman panyin kwan bɛn so na mo fa so a mo identify so okay well we yɛ health worker ɛhefa ne fa pa na mo buses ne nam no
We di me da se pa se anope wa fra na bi chawo tie ko nyina.
je for you so
Na eno na jo no ɔman panyin eye ebo dawuro no na ye nyina anope ya sɔre no ye buses nyina ya jackie omo apa ye best start adwuma anope. Now to the first question, how to identify the health workers, mostly health workers nyina they wear uniforms. Inti omo say we a health worker, we a nurse, ni doctor, ni anesthesia, and now you be a we a hospital, be a we a health worker uniform mo. Inti nya be so do abegyina kwan ho na once I show uniform there, for bus, no capre a free, no at them. Only uniform, so we would expect to say, when your ID card be now, would you check on doctor? I just say, who call hospital way, and I told you my way, our hospital way, I remember for bus, and see, if you share our and no.
So fa ni amepesi ehunu sɛ okay ebia bus ne hyɛ ase te sɛ bia nke anim hanom sɛ abɛka junction na tesan hanom sɛ na egyina ha sɛ egyina he fa poten
me paso there are a number of places onya botrema me American kai me nyam information me na ma a church. Okay, number 1 bus befi Amasaman.
Okay,
every efa mo nim ho ebe Amasama from Amasaman hospital no through Ofanko, Achimota Hospital Circle, then we'll end up at the Central Business District, Accra.
Okay.
Ebibefi Dodowa through Adenta Barrier and Afa Legon Hospital, Afa 37 Hospital, then eventually we'll end up at Kolebu Teaching Hospital.
Okay.
Batinibi Subefi Kaswa, Eko Accra through Kaleshi, Ebe and the Rage Hospital. And Lekma Hospital, so through Spinters Road, Airport, 37 Hospital, Ridge Hospital, Ekosi Kolebu Teaching Hospital. That's going to be based at Sherman through Accra or via the motorway, Befa Airport, now 37. Now eventually will end up at the Central Business District. If you should be fee at Denta, Befa 37, now Kosi Circle. Yeah, we are trying to develop a Mensa. A brief bar, a Usani Popona. Mensa, now Legon Hospital, now 37 Hospital, now Kosi Ridge Hospital, now Kokolibu. You see, routes in there, be brief throughout Accra, then some Accra.
Okay.
You see, and your drivers and any conductors, no more ready about 60 years. When you say you start here, I don't know. You see, you share I work on no. But just to stress that we are health worker. The person and now President can just stand at the beer Obehu bus or the bus number, just flag the bus, conduct our board. Now definitely no. The foul Eddie Akwajuma Jojo. Now Wabwajuma Amagana.
Okay. Okay. Meaning, brother, my roots maybe a basis in Befano within Tema Shaman so send here because I know there are some
Tema Shaman so Tema Community 25 through the motorway roundabout Tema General Hospital to Tema Community 1 and also there's a bus a bus services Tema General area no.
Okay.
There will be 4 buses that will shuttle within the Tema Township itself also.
Okay.
Tema 2 has been covered. Right.
All right. And I'm opinion some not the two Jano one chichim but Mimusa was Sadi way who said Minim Samusha to say because I know we have private hospitals in here maybe public hospitals and government hospitals. So irrespective of maybe I say we Juma or public hospital and now ye Juma private hospital once you who say health worker no dey ebefa wo hu
once we health worker there we Juma ni so be say ayar for you know we won't discriminate once I will show ID and answer our uniform nkwan there you are entitled to get on board the bus you know irrespective of whether we're private or not a government hospital here everybody who is a health worker is qualified to be on board the bus.
Okay. Now, there are some hospitals, especially if I say be a public hospital and government hospitals now. Your name, very notable to say be a Kolebu, Greater Accra Regional Hospital, be having 37 in the Kaka home. So how do you be a buses in Nam Honum? Very easily, would do I be a bit me as you. Places are be a buses name for Honum saying. Because I'm imagining how a bayer because a be honum hospital no baby but bus no to me founty mubenya be a particular place a mubesium send a bayer.
Mostly no what we are designing routes in it at least buses never far hospital in Nim. Also even before service with the bano your traditional routes are Yefa Katwa Adenta Amasama and Atema. Those are the 4 Efa. But with this new directive, you are redesigning routes, so that at least buses never far the major hospitals in Nim or there's a Ridge Hospital in Nim, Kolebu Hospital in Nim, 37 Hospital in Nim, Amasama Hospital in Nim, so that it will be convenient for the health workers. If you're MONTIE baby, maybe far away, to say, maybe no Kaswa, not say, Obiti, Kaswa, let's say, maybe I found Aquili. Na Oyejuma or 37 hospital but the fan waha goes through circle na akosi 37 na Wakwejuma. It's been designed in such a way that the buses will go through and get in front of the major hospitals now whose employees need the service. That is how the thing has been designed. We will just hope and pray that it will go seamless. There will be no confusion on board. Now, one of the things I can say, because of the social distancing arrangement, the bus will not be full to capacity.
Okay.
The bus is about 80 people, let's say 40 people sitting. So what we are doing is at least 20, at most 25 passengers, so that there will be enough space
so that we adhere to the social spacing and our social distancing policy. I you're observing. It's you better show. Say if your bus is in the balance a bus, no, no, a woman, no, I am ma. There will be another bus. We have more than 60 buses, 69 close to 70 buses that are deployed. That was the streets of Accra and Ope.
Well, minim senya asemi beto dwa enro enwure no mampanyi de to dwa so yenya bre nhihye no se bia nka betimi di hu nkomo ye na yenuan mo apomudinfo na bia betimi ate eye nhihye no senya mbesi aye no nti anopede fa che me nsem ne bia mebisa senya omso betimi ate ade na si ye papa
no problem Minia.
Okay. So time bang na basis in be adwuma.
As at now, no, you started, you shut at 6 o'clock here, no. Into buses, no, the route now, my design, no. Almost, no. Depending on the route, no, then we can deploy additional buses.
Okay.
The area, corner, say, you say, buses, no, area 25 people, no, I am manas and then we notice that there are a lot more health workers. Quickly, no, there will be a dispatch that will send a message to your terminal and say, we need one additional bus that will route away. So, okay. Unfortunately, we haven't designed in Drew Ghana say, hey, Diana, you go onto an application, but we said the bus no.
Okay.
As it is in other countries, but arrangements I work on, maybe eventually as we progress, all of those things will be sorted out. You see, we'll be monitoring the corridors very, very carefully to ensure that no health worker is left behind. So if somebody is left behind, there will be another bus that will be coming forthwith to come and carry those people to the hospital.
Okay. Well, so senya yenim kakra wa Ghana hanum say no, and sa particular question me busa no me fese obecheche me kakra bi o maka esan say ebia ye ko adwuma anopa mfantim say bit fiti beye anopa nonsia ade ko beye say non wotwe de na wo mo so mo ko adwuma anopa no esi etimi fifie ne ko adwuma efi ebia me fan say nyimre beye no nan de kopem beye nonsia de ya pon adwuma nso de ba no minim say the buses will be plying throughout the whole day and asana mbe no tie bia anopa na ebia nyimre ana ebia anopa and I be a area, bear say be a bear 12 midday, copying bear 2 o'clock. And no, I'm perceiving who said, San Potipana bear.
Also, health workers, on more shadow, no, it's a bit tricky. Some work for 6, some work for 8 hours. What we are trying to do is we are working with the Ministry of Health or the Ghana Health Service.
Okay.
My general routine. And I schedule a war almost system.
Okay.
So that within a certain period, you say, night shift, by this time, Befi. It's one anopano, yet the Omoka near the Edumere for no Asayaba. It's the Ministry of Health and Ghana Health Service, a detailed planner, almost shadow, so that we will work with them. We would wish that we would apply like the buses will be all over. But there is cost involved, so the planning. But we are working very closely with the Ghana Health Service. My schedule, but I don't pay there. They started far they call different hospitals.
Okay.
The two hospitals, not the big stand back on the same route. But it's work in progress. During the day, in Pejimfone, Ghana Health Service so that we will fine tune the process and then the routing and the procedures as we go along.
Fred, I mean, wouldn't him how Nipa as human beings we like to abuse maybe chances on our system. BBT saying she share on him so well, and you don't know about who you know tria and just this morning I've seen some videos that's gone viral on social media. My penika said you into water bill 3 months. No, I'm I see a bunshugu. I don't know if the videos, I mean, fine, they are very current ones, but I've seen some of them. I imagine being better. So when it comes to ABA, Momo Dia, are your drivers going to insist? Say, well, uni ID card. Yeah, man, rim. And I be crash a uniform. I will still want to see Sabia who could tell for my ID. Because people will want to abuse the system. Because I'm out for Muko Chrome, they are not getting transport now. Buying so okay, ayalolo buses in fact health workers. People want to mobile person be abuse system no on ensuring say health workers near form. Dear Patipan, are you going to insist on ID card and uniform or not? And you can be a uniform okay in your best call.
Yeah, I could see a concern ma obia Ghana say sometimes there are some unruly people who will want to put up certain behavior. I don't know for what reason. But we are in a national crisis. Obia in Senia COVID-19, the way the devastation is causing in other countries. Not rather dominance are buying way bar. I think that all of us should embrace it and comport ourselves and ensure that the program is successful. For now, next year, the arrangements that we have put in place, boarding procedure, and they say, we a health worker, you must be in uniform to be taken on board the bus.
Okay.
If for any reason you are not in uniform, some of them will want to change. And I say, be house attire, we do hospital and we would insist on ID cards to ensure that because the general population already is in a lockdown.
Yeah.
So we don't anticipate that there will be a crowd market women and as a big possible ministries near there. We just hope that we carry health workers. So the ID cards, we will insist on ID cards. If you don't have ID cards, you must be in uniform, and then we will take you to wherever you're going.
My final question, Fred, Gina, Muni City TV coin shebi and City TV de betu dress Oma fire lolo basis bia omobeboa health workers see. Near tea and ren you may okay, Sanchi no entimi nye juma. Na aban o mampanyi edi eye nhihye de betu dwa na bi ahya ase twabo mu ebi twabo ya o mampanyi ebi twabo eye aban no ne keka aka ho de na obetimi aka fa eye saade we hu chechi ma obetimi bia ma ho ne say
no, it's an unfortunate development. My minim say me and my colleagues I was City FM minim say juma de eye
sure
it's City and me aka me juma for long time and me branch off my colleagues need some men Benadavle ya trawa ya bonk mo na ya tia wanse. Before we agreed to do that service for Ayalolo agreed to do the service for City no. Now there was no directive from government saying deploy buses
Okay.
So and I wouldn't say Ayalolo so no rental service City FM for buy I'm some rent here for buses no. And for this service, we saw it as a humanitarian service, and we agreed to do the service. But unfortunately, late yesterday, I buying shisha and buy said we should deploy all the buses. Buses in I buying the bar, lolo service. We couldn't make available the 4 buses to them. Into your trauma, almost in any case, ni almost person and no one are buying so it's all, achieving the same purpose. There must be no ill feeling amongst anybody. The only uneasiness I want to say, I'm promoting events, I'm promoting big road paper, and I'm branding, so our buses no so near there. But Georgia, we all are serving our nation in times of crisis. As this morning there, Ayalolo service, Juma, and City FM is happy with it. The fact that they took an initiative which government saw that it was necessary, and now Abaya Adinu
Okay, all right, Fred. Juma. All right, Fred Chidi Kasama Yalo Transport Services. So, Omampini share Niama Nubia were the 2 dra and it's health workers, Romumi Juma hospitals, outdoor clinics near Kakaka Hono, Yabemo buses, Ayalo buses, I won't be Juma before me fear Jumim and any account because we are not in normal times. I mean, sure, say, kind of sa. Margin chain be about no pay or ye Jumidi to your WhatsApp line. I mean, Fabian Fame Yao Sankide from Taifa. President Akufo-Addo have proven beyond every doubt that he is really the best president ever to have happened or to have been in Ghana. His fight against the new deadly disease, coronavirus, is accurate. 50% increment of health workers, subsidize 3 months water bills for the whole country, and not to cut off power supplies into various homes for 3 months. That's one here from Yao Sankiri from Taifa. And to one from Uncle Ebo Tema says, KWASI, KMA, AMA, mayors are working, cleaning up, doing cleaning up exercise. Please kindly ask TMA mayor what is he doing in Tema and its surrounding towns. Okay, I'm sure he's heard you this morning. And to one here from KWASI from Chipontele, says, God bless His Excellency, the President, for making water bill for free, but I wish it was electricity, because the quantity of water users in the lockdown areas are fewer than the number of citizens using electricity. That is one here from KWASI. And to Goshmelo from Dansuman says, kudos and thumbs up to the father of the nation for his refreshing and auspicious address. He has enumerated litany of stimulus packages and economic supports to help mitigate a little stress and hardship on Ghanaians. That's one here from Goshmelo from Dansuman. Success PK from Kaswa says, the president has shown remarkable leadership in his address to the nation. Ghanaians have been relieved of some utility bills, and our health workers have been encouraged to by his decision. Let's do our very best to comply with the directives to bring this pandemic to an end. One from Success PK from Kanswa. Ibrahim Kenya Oyo Kokofodia says president should have added electricity bill to it. That is one here from Ibrahim Kenya Oyo Kokofodia. Mesha Kasante from Abosokan says, please tell Nanado and his government to give widows at home the financial support and stop that his talkative attitude. Mesha Kasante from Abosokan with that. Neat 100.9 Ghana MONTIE sunu asogwe. My yen share the bankrata no ase anope. And this video that I saw this morning, she Ghana pa. I don't believe that Ubi a shadapa no yes I do. And I hope you heard video. So I'm for booze you go. Oh, okay. Maybe obi no bonus you go keke. But I we no service you say nya abodama ebe jimi.
Yes. Enya abodama
because ye nyina yesi mampanyi ayade ensuo at least ensuo de eni nipa ho a ene ye say light kra de ka se edum lighter ube na unya nsuo de gu ho a ubetimi ada mframa kakra ebenye na mampanyi si wode nsuo yi bosome miensa nche ya ukobu nsuo agusa ayede ene sabi nyansa be ne wo.
No wonder you find electricity anka ho. Say pa dia nsuo no koma.
Na ya kan ya pe na obi frame me na obi sam say na mampanyi kan no say light ne kan na say light nka ho. Light nka wo say mo mu num light. Mo yenkotwa obi a light mu but wan fa nka ho si yentua ye betua light. Ensuo ena o say yentua bosome miensa. Na wo bu nsuo gu a na we nyansa sabi yo nyansa be no we kwa meto sabi ayede. We nyansa be ni wo.
Frichi freche framre fete freche mu fetemfrem. E frechiri fredom say omantie amansentie Ghana MONTIE woni.
Yen to aso akosi ayen yinsem no de bon krata ni mu nkomo no.
So, bushafo me the daily graphic na eba na and daily graphic asam no de. Eye nra mampanyin sam na ye kirekire mu no. Eno a na ewom. Nti ye besisi so ebi ho so e bobo atra isan se yate. Firi nra na do abesi sabere. Na daily graphic e de a anope wo de ba ye no. Yen hwe Palm Sunday. Daily graphic atafa to so edu baako 11 or page 11. Eno say COVID-19 yi achichire sabi o soma hodo no achichire yan ma ye ka Easter bay ya twam kwa mu enno na nka ja Easter ye fiti ase ye be ya na nka Palm Sunday ye kwa ye kutaguta bre ye de akọ ura asodem Romanfo
Methodist for praise before and sorry aka ni nyina na obia kutabre ene obeti Osiana ye hinoreba Osiana ye hinoreba Osiana Osiana Osana ye hinoreba enrayante na Daily Graphic say was sheda monitor sorry no was say emfa ho se yamfa bre na yankwa so dem anko hurihuri na yanto Osiana no enkyere se Yesu o mewu maye eye de ye obeba bewu he utwu mu ni betene ye pe wote ase a wo ba enti eno na Daily Graphic aba mane se one nsantwerefo no mo sheda monitor ye asofo no bo moden eye wo mafam de bia se nyame asem no wo mo ebeto amane wo manfo wo fie ba bia obia wo bia no bete enti wo mo de enam TV so one mo de nam radio so one mo de nam Facebook just online yes abefu internet issue and nam so and wo streaming ni nyina wo mo ka de akere wo manfo etu o sheda bobo asofo ni bidin say Royal House Chapel International eno no Apostle General Sam Kranche Yankra e ka ho no na say oyosofo panyini no wono wo de nam online ni radio so
Medasi na yeko graphic democrat by Bonting and share middle spread that's page 16 and 17 the one say speaker suspends parliament indefinitely but minority questions the power to do so speaker of parliament na yes was it mrashebe jafo no senia omunko dwe mo nche se omunko fi omunko tenefi but dom kuma wo mo mrashebe jem se mu tumi ben na wa wo de yes ade na no ne yakone ni honorable ABA Fuseni mrashibe jino jama ya sagnarugu communications minority no ya no eni nkomo anope honorable ya dase mu akwa baba ni TFM so so yase me the MC atwa mu na speaker so was suspended parliament indefinitely but dom kuma minority mu chese to me ben or yes no yes na chese will tietia Ghana constitution standing orders of the house sanity
okay masa we can make this thing very clear what is parliament as an institution the key component of parliament as an institution members of parliament Mr. Speaker when you're member of parliament. In fact, Mr. Speaker is not a member of the House. When you're a member of the House as properly constituted by the standing orders and the laws of this country, when you're a member of the House, it is the members of the House. Near Omube electing people back one as a speaker. Who per se who cap prominence of the House? I am Mr. Speaker. The prominence of the House are your members of Parliament. You can have members of Parliament without a speaker, but you can't have a House. Parliament without members of Parliament. It is the most important institution in Parliament. Members of Parliament. What you say? Hello?
Yeah, me too, me follow, yeah.
The person will make a decision nuclear. Now who say power to me the Parliament. Members of Parliament and Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, when you say or you say or you odikro or KWASI no, but to me decrease.
Okay.
We are bound by the law.
Okay.
And bound by the standing orders of the House.
Okay. Mpacho any demo standing order ben speaker busu na constitution no provisions ben busu no.
Masa mi ba mi you tia wo dey and can say o fa o sha wo le be bejo. Masa. Ma make we say clear say speaker we are bound by the rules, the standing orders of the House, plus your friend saying the laws of this country. Now, Masa, that before Mr. Speaker making me address you, the business statement of the House on Thursday, the debate on the floor of Parliament on Friday. Masa, every week, majority leader and leader of the House, in this particular case, Honorable Chairman Sabosu, every Friday morning, the business of the week, which is from Monday, Monday, you be 10 o'clock. You be up to Friday or Saturday. these are the businesses nearby before the house.
Mm-hmm.
Until you approve the business of the house. Until you approve the business of the house, you command speaker will be strictly according to the business of the house approved on the floor of parliament by members of parliament. Explain when you know so who said the assembly back and the way the speaker acted arbitrarily. And that particular chairman supposed to on the business of the house about. And in the business of the house, it included adjournment of the house on Saturday evening. What you say?
Meet you over.
Say you pay Juma from Monday up to Saturday. Saturday you adjourned the house until May. I think May 28th. Okay, this year. This was what was approved. Then as members of parliament, you approved the business statement of the house. And so at the time you approve, every single member of parliament, you say on Saturday the house will formally be adjourned. That is approval.
Okay.
And so you began to we were surprised. And in accordance with the standing orders of the house. So once you approve the business statement of the house, that is what will prevail in the house. Mr. Speaker, number one, Mr. Speaker, wanted to be. Say, what you vary on Unkasa Somoto. Or to vary the decision of the house. Want to me, sir. He's bound by the decision of the house. If you want to vary the decision of the house, you need to be your minority leader, Honorable Haruna Jisu, Mutaka Mubarak, Chief Whip. They are part of the leadership. Omuko leadership meeting almost on a daily basis. Sometimes the matter be war, and in a serious matter like this, Mr. Speaker to be fair minority leader, a fair Chief Whip, say Mumbra and Fadi on this matter. How come on matter like this, we are changing from adjournment to suspension? On farm, one can't say the minority leader at all. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, he said, person just ran or honorable do you. Honorable do you is not the minority leader. On critical matters such as this, you be a simple question. I didn't think now one friend minority leader. You have been calling the minority leader many times. Say, Omra, Namufadi on certain matters. On a crucial matter like this, how come say one friend minority leader? Minority leader only had the thing on the floor from the speaker said he's changing it from an adjournment to suspension, which is illegal. He has no right to do that. Only to me. An arbitrary act. Minority leader discovering speaker as a working illegality. He had engaged in illegal conduct. Only to me. No, yes, said the Oyan. Until you fear democracy there and Fata. You have Mr. Speaker, what Timra. And it's wrong. Until our own district. Mr. Speaker was Katika. He was reading something. I said, now, I'll make a pronouncement. Already, and at the very beginning, on Kasa, Wakase, this is for the adjournment of the house in his own speech. Or refer to adjournment of the house. Surprisingly, Okoto the end no suspension. How is that? And in fact, you said to me, and can place there. Mr. Speaker, what ya bra and and Fata. The democracy in the house, you with the majority and minority. Minority you are a Jumanu Antinukoye. Majority you are a Jumanu Antinukoye is the work of both sides of the house.
Honorable Fuseni.
Yes.
In Pacho Boamika Crown and TBBSU. Uncheche Munuche said, Brana leader, Honorable Seche Mensabunsu. I can kind MC Fiada no can kind business report no. Business statement no. Or the two just mobile join until May. In Pacho Sana Namusha and Tiameboa.
Yes, and on the business statement that members that debate business statement. And at the end you may adopt as a resolution of the house. So once you adopt a statement, it means that is the legal position of the house.
Adjournment ni a suspension which my difference listen.
adjournment we say it means one year more juma would be kowie. It means more accept say a juma for that period on why the juma no come out. More we muko holidays. Mami man is simple. Mami man is simple so the obiabeti asia. It's like muko school. We a teacher in muko school. Say from January up to March. Now say oh first term. 1 year first term no. It's muko holidays. You vois. It's muko holidays are. Second term na mo aba after a certain period aba to aso. Enya sa.
Yeah.
Aha. It's business statement no ekire sa. You be juma up to Saturday. Saturday you be breaking up holidays. Up to May. I think May 28th this are.
Okay. And in Kamba ye juma May mu na Kamba ko ayahugye mu.
So say anka you break it no echi that Saturday. You break that Saturday. You ma juma until May. I think May 28th. Okay. So you go holidays. Parliament go holidays up to May 28th.
Okay.
Now you better have a trust after May 28th. So that one is adjournment.
Okay.
But suspension no. It say Mugusi Juma is that Muko break. She said 12 o'clock we Juma not 12 o'clock Marco break. Some better you.
Yeah.
So suspension no. It means one Juma no every. Still Mudasu Juma. Just maybe more break. Muko break kakra. Namusam Brabil. That is what is called suspension. So there's a whole lot of difference between suspension and adjournment.
Okay.
And yeah, it's not because I'm speaking what yeah, papa. Sorry, I'm not pronounce to say a suspension and yet adjournment. Until what the kind sorry, no, yet the miss no that symbol of authority in parliament. So when miss no.
Yeah.
When you are on suspension, the mess is still on the floor of the house. Who for mess no call? Mr. Speaker, sorry, no, what the mess no call? When he himself said it's suspension. And suspension now, you don't take the mace away from the chamber. The mace stays in the chamber. When the mace look quiet, is when you are joining, you go with the mace. Until we won't contradiction the other Mr. Speaker position. So he confused a lot of MPs because he said he broke the law. What in several material respects. Until like I said, near Mr. Speaker and Fata. Ese yengina ye democracy ye kabi mamin kabi ese yengina ye kabum na bi so say bebia omuye enkoya ye ka nti even our police on other side do FPP MPs ebinim kura enye omude the way Mr. Speaker handle matter ebinim enye omude
but mean maybe we meaning say beto asuma senior which mu say speaker no kro no anya member of the house and ye be can say and ye say speaker no mum nkotena ho na munye mu adwuma so no no say was suspend ya so anya member of the house nti mun ko mu adwuma
nti na ka say ye dia ye from the minority side ye say ya yes dibanye. I just indicated to you say Makanche say in the adoption of the business statement of the house for that week house not got to say Saturday ye better until you may on Saturday, house will be called adjournment. And you made 28th. Makacho.
Yeah.
So, yeah, in the minority side, you say, yeah, you may be. Until you call adjournment. Adjournment to me, quiet. That is simply a short. So, adjournment, and yes, suspension.
Inti sisiano, sebia, bibi bana ebia fremo, mubeko anamonko.
You see, understanding orders of the house and in conformity with the constitution of this republic. Mr. Speaker, in consultation with the leadership of the house, or to be said, or to be friend members of parliament, even when we adjourn, just adjourning now, or to be said, in consultation with the leadership of the house, some emergency war and some urgent business bar. Over to my 14 days notice. Say, one friend said back to you. Resulting to suspension instead of adjournment. Because even with adjournment, the Bibiba, even to say major legislation on this coronavirus, we have to make members of parliament back. The only difference is that we have 14 days notice. That's all. Until you say method your audit, but when you say they are playing politics with all these issues, even the coronavirus, Yamuka say man your policy. One person would your policy. The same coronavirus says your politician. The electoral commission, the LI, CI, constitutional instrument, matter when you say that was 3 times. And your fraud, your minority, your to me vigilant. You will say and that's you. Your palm no and they continue to bring it. Almost that thing so that they'll get a voters register and the Ghana card as a basis for registration. So that you know, like I said, Master, who call other countries because of the critical nature of it, they postponed a lot of their programs. About the almost gather nipa and register nipa even in this environment of coronavirus. And so Ghanaians, the Ghanaians register no mukowa and form register no mukonya yarea and form. This is the kind of government that we have. And so they are getting the speaker and all those other people to be part of this agenda.
Okay. Now, me musa now man penyin sama o de to dwanom. Ni statement baby how kind. Let me just quote what he said. He says, "I applaud Parliament's decision to call off its planned recess and be on standby to aid in the fight against the virus." Sa semu we wo de tutunia wo kan nyina. Unti ase wo ni o man penyin kan ne sen.
Masa. Je o man penyin no be kan che nyina se. Wa kan che finance minister say we are making available the equivalent of $100 million.
Yeah.
And you know, correct?
Yeah.
You two self-free finance ministers on my parliament. Bebu kutano yenje. Oba. Ono no kache say, sa asamnia o mampelika enu. Enya enu kwetro do because sa sikanu enio. Afena okwabu kutana o hwehwe. Na je baby a obenya sikanu akọ jibusia nti okojibusia we IMF anywhere ba nti oba be make pronouncement na si onfa takata no mra house no be approve nti we the first class of $35 million aba ya approve na e kete say onko bu service into various sectors and expenditure framework at the black parliament ya approve. Master, until even last Saturday, finance minister on 2-9 the French parliament. Until the way on spending money up to this time, you need the breakdown of that expenditure. And you
Honorable Fizeni.
Yes.
Nyana mi bisane se o man penyen no an statement bra no oni Ghana e kasa no. O si o applaud mo parliament. Say my decision to call off planned reset. Okay.
The difference between suspension and adjournment.
Sure.
Some can say a conspiracy between the executive and the speaker. Convert the thing from adjournment to suspension. Because the suspension the president okay. And now my country says speaker Watimra. In respect of converting the thing from adjournment to suspension. And also my country will say, anytime you will adjournment, your holidays are through a consultation with the leadership. Mr. Speaker, to me, to some members of parliament, the agent business, Abba, and the Musa parliament, Ebe Yejuman. Maka Biachiro. And why are they in a hurry to convert adjournment to suspension? It's an evil agenda. Because they want to not only shortchange parliament, but understand this thing to further their process of holding on to power. They want to create that semblance so that this is to call them secretary when he said constitutional instrument or before parliament, the electoral commission divine. And yet only about 4 or 5 days by law. And yes, 21 sitting days in parliament. So yes, 21 sitting days are that registration your own person to be here. Your own person who use Ghana card every year this document for the registration to be here. So person is suspending the house so that some fair MPs after without any notice of 14-day notice. So that the paper trasu na 21 days for that constitutional instrument to mature. Until Omuno Muka said, Mayma, coronavirus and your politics. But they are doing politics with that thing. Omudi politics. In the event of this coronavirus, when you say dangerous, my gather nipa, Omu person Omu gather nipa for the purposes of registration because Nana Akufo-Addo wants to get a second term by all by hook or crook. I say electoral commission. Bossman, your friend is saying, Jim Mesa, Nana Akufo-Addo re-election officers. You know, the by electoral commission. Young for Mumba, making sure say or second term.
Okay, but maybe we na Honorable Moses Enim or your Deputy Majority Chief Whip or Manusona Mamon Swabim. In Chichimu, I'm saying, we are talking about suspension. Speaker in Chichimu, the man say, according to Momo standing orders, no, say, more joinia. Na say one suspend ya, more joining, na say bia, in case be bane here, more Rashabe Jafona. According to standing orders, I think we hear about 1 or 2 weeks notification in the account.
14 days.
14 days, yeah.
14 days.
Sure. But more on suspension, dear. Na se bibi ba. No, just a day or two, no. Notice in a muhia. And because of sa coronavirus, any high in a way. I don't think I'm more too sanamono. And doesn't it make sense, Honorable?
Master, it doesn't make sense. Because already my country said, finance minister was back before the floor of the house. You're passing the $35 million idea. Your country said, Uncle Boo Adenu into various expenditure items framework, never brought parliament. My country said, up to the time you're sorry on Saturday, finance minister one back with that kind of arrangement. Until your agent, you're trying to say on first service in the bar. And the government had business. Or more business. I don't think the parliament is to win say agent. What for about parliament traffic? Who may check as on call, no suffer with them. Never been a womb. Say agent, it was assumed that Anka would be back before your appreciate. So why would you wait for members of parliament say, Omuko Fiasa? No sense to suffer to almost a baby. Is that agent business? Is that how you go about agenting? Yeah, agent, who may check. Ma, the time I copa, as I know where you are, Efaka. Yeah, Fatan agent, who may you fast, come on. As I parliament war. Who may try as I'm now who sabe to suffer on you. Yes, I've been a woman.
Okay, all right.
Until you know, say, and can your agent Yafata. I buy who say, coronavirus, serious listener, or more attachment. I can finance me for that expenditure items. I'll parliament for approval. Up to Saturday, the airport in Wama. And the agency no way. Where is the agency?
All right. Mamima.
Agenda no say. Because Omu say constitutional instrument, the electoral commission debate for the third time. My country say Omu debate 2 times. You may not say you come at the end of because you will say, even though Omu make several mistakes. Madam Jinesa on him fee on Bossman. They are just there to promote the election of Nana Akufo-Addo. Until Omu debate parliament, you are exposed to Omu ignorance. Until Omu debate, Omu debate 3 times. This is the 3rd time Omu debate. So they are looking for, by law, I said that constitutional instrument, 21 days in parliament, 21 sitting days. Until because of 21 sitting days, almost afraid of you. Not because of anything, but because of the constitutional instrument. And your coronavirus. Until they can say, I buy almost Ghanaians who ask. Almost the politics, almost person, Nana Akufo-Addo re-elected. And you are the
okay. Mamima,
safety and security of Ghanaians.
Mamima, yeah, Honorable Moses Enim.
Abundantly plain. Say, only that one. Ghana card as a base document for registration. So, profile voter ID card. Because you voter ID card differently. Person use only the Ghana card as a basis for registration. And no control Ghana card. So, make it say, in opposition, so
Honorable Enim, Michelle, Honorable Zeni. Okay, Honorable Fuseni, I am Pacho,
coronavirus fight here, and your coronavirus fight.
You, Honorable Fuseni, Pacho,
to get Nana Akufo-Addo elected.
Okay, Mamima, Deputy Major, Honorable Fuseni, Pacho, Honorable Fuseni, I am Pacho, Jinaso Kakrana, Mima, Honorable Moses Enim, Deputy Majority Chief Whip, Mbeka Kakrana, nia okay mi musan say wo side no senate here abo eni mi da se mo akwa baba ni TFM so anope
ne jo so mi nua panyina ho te den yo
me ho ye pa na so
me da so da nyame nsayem na nim se Ghana fu nyina fi na na do dan kwa kufu ado so be si ni o ye furu mu nso da nyame nsayem nyame pa ye se on sayem mai na wiase nyina yare na wo ma yare bi aka wo nso awade nso mo yare papa man ni tia me nua ABA Fusine so anope.
Okay. Now so me sure say wetie no kakra na nsem a wo kan say dom kuma ma sem mo kan say ni speaker the two dry fiade. I mean majority leader at the business statement Obaba King Kai. Wo mu nyina wo mu ajatum ye be adjourn me bosumi no mu echi speaker no Obaba kan no nko a say no nko a no asode wo say there be ye suspend parliament indefinitely. What say yanya kwan so ano ne speaker ye no de entwa yie de na betimi aka afa ona yetimi ehu asemi na fa enu nyina
me da se bebre minia nia edi kampa ne say we are not in normal times sebe corona virus aba pandemic no oman bia wo wiase mu eni normal times na obehwe nso a amambuo no a ya hyehyɛ ye constitution na hyehyɛ no jumapon kese eda executive so jumapon kese eda ye legislative nso so na jumapon kese eda judiciary nso so na krabata akan and we are parliament by the constitution no na oversight the executive na ema approval ma executive no etu anamon hihye a omopese omohye so ma meji approval of parliament a president betom na wo niema binom a constitution akere say gi obeji approval of parliament na yeni normal time na hihye nso a yahye in the form of imposition of restriction act no akere say emre ni don bia na mo bi wo wa president person otu gi so obeji approval every day na yehwe senia situation netie ni ntino na sese yetimi kɔ ye standing orders ni wu kwan a yebetimi di akwa ahomdie kakra yi mu esanse na yaburu ye mogya ni aye adwuma na atra time esanke ye kwa ahomdie me sanse ye ni normal times na fenso yenso ye trabia no so emma kwan se nhyehyɛ na president ye say nipa 25 pe na timi bochinku no ye betimi ama 25 nipa bochinku because by the constitution no ye query before we form a quorum by the constitution of this country as I said 1/3 of 275 and also 91 or 92 internet or no quorum no bro 25 na president say ye bochinku by first order no my answer restriction ye be you know ye bochinku a yen social distances ni mu nyina no me bochinku mmro nipa 25 so ebiemu no okan aspect of the constitution no so a ansana speaker be put any question bia in the house no say 1/2 of members ewo ho 1/2 a year can so enenam o che 275 mu mienu a na they say virtually mu number 138 to infancy 140 put an out infancy na che so no so sabro 25 no so intino na yen no ese ye to adwuma na ye no so and therefore we can say we are the front of the rest but it's an swaya ni aswai as MPC and the emergency situation and the set pandemic situation no MPs ese ye adwuma na group empemso ese say ye beji ahome kakra ni esa afre ye na o hwe babia ye ageni standing orders akwanchira ama for adjournment and dissolution of parliament na say ye agency ni die pe na say speaker make pronouncement say ya agency ni dia. It means anytime be a speaker person of prayer and no recall yen out of say adjournment mono e so my yen 2 weeks or 14 days notice prior notice because one my 14 days prior notice na watu kumra it necessary ye fa kwan bi so a innovative means a ye betimi aba humidie ni mu na anytime a speaker person of prayer and now president my different directive in terms of application of the imposition of the restriction act now within a short time now Usha is standing order 69 the framers of our standing orders will say standing order now ya packaging in it may not fully be applicable under certain circumstances that are uncertainty are unknown. Standing orders in the content in framers of the standing orders will say intimate capture all situations in terms of directing parliament as to what to do. It standing order 6 Emma speaker point say bus situation be banner there's no directive approach be standing order numa. The Speaker of Parliament can take a decision that deem fit. Standing order 6. In these circumstances, and the Speaker, based on the standing orders, an innovative way of suspension, CND, will be the best fit for this situation. Uber Parliament. See a extended sitting beyond 2 p.m. now, and see a pon now. Yeah, could do baby na obraba. Sabi ye ayasi drone na sha ben. Na ye funu no so astati ma science say ye funu so ayempty kakrenti. Yen san ko hye ye ho den wadidie mu na ntimi ma ya hoden foforo. Enti eba sa na ye suspend for an hour or two based on the directive of the majority leader or the leadership present. Na yakwo na samre no so ani abodon ni asamba. In the form of that suspension principle, no, the speaker in his wisdom says yes, suspend it rather CND and not to adjourn CND. Or no be demanded for 2 weeks notice or 14 days notice or no mobile blind under this situation where we are not in normal times. Now I believe we say
but honorable I'm sorry sir me be mo hu I'm saying you cannot there woman ni hu achinie but so mu raise questions on standing order 42 na yes I mean speaker who to me so bet me a suspend the parliament but on me on kwa feeling ni pemu keke nya sa na standing on this near so consult to leadership and minority leader ni points and minority points no raising is speaker and consult to oni o mendi hu nkomo nti I say ono pe no asade ya no ye bibi say that's the issue of raising but that's what the minority any point of
ma menchire mu menua ABA kuseni o kasa no mesrema kan we dia ho brase mu mani nje manu nsi bone sire no on can leadership of parliament pre-sitting ayeko ansere abetna parliament no on maybe na ombisa ni nia doyo ono ye one of their deputy minority whips no ombisa no that at the pre-sitting on minority leader. Oh yeah, now we say pre-sitting be anywhere or baby. At the pre-sitting, that pre-sitting, speaker.
And that pre-sitting not minority leader and can
Plus up wamba na mamima hu abakasem. President eba ya obeka about say coronavirus is ya president bekasa first time ni second time. And a minority leader say or throw speaker a letter on his view on how Parliament should run in terms of this unusual time here. The Speaker's press conference, I say, and a pressman back on ABC Speaker, the content of that letter, a question based on the content of that letter. And a speaker, the Sanka letter. It is a letter, no minority leader Troy and one man and rule speaker open on the press. The speaker was shocked when the pressman asked that question.
But I didn't now conclude, sir. As I said, evidence.
I say, make a leadership.
Yeah, but what evidence to suggest that one of the man leaky and abibisa?
Minia, and I may say, whatever way it is, Sebasset, minority, me, deputy majority whip, may throw letter, I'm a speaker. Minia, a better than a leaky apple, a press.
Oh,
how? Because it goes
and to conclusion is on one of the man. Nidia,
for now, Nidia, yeah, pressman, who ye need before say speaker inside come. You are not to answer.
Okay, Uncle.
But finally, it was the pressman who asked questions based on that letter, and not speaker inside. And I know some more correspondence at our Parliament. You can call the correspondent. The speaker was worried. It's actually an insane. No, so refer my public affairs director and it's on respond. According to minority leader, as some more can a member on the floor of Parliament. On nothing or no chance or no pre-city be any other call.
Does that mean that you're representing a minority on so on money? Sani
mon frère na mumbisano. Honorable do you mon frère na mumbisano. Because no oti pre-city meeting na se. Emma Saturday no plan speaker site no ebonidi so no not meeting na se. And an issue no ba out I discuss here. Onu actually no so no majority leader say ono so bolo minority leader mane senia ye dwen afa na yetimi abafie senia be ya unusual time imu ye frey ya ye betime tuso na montem ni abeye or see minority leader instantly and intuitively no e ka kire no ho ase omo de omo mpre my friend majority leader so ebisano. He said this and even at a press conference Saturday, almost yes, you meet the press, the majority leader said it, and he said it also on the floor. No quarantine but that notwithstanding, whatever is your alpha system, also anamo aye Ghana.
And to see Parliament is suspended indefinitely, Meboa.
Yes, and I'm here to Sebabua Ghana and Pia, the bit mama Yafre and Tem, near Beshabu or mine, I'm a president, Susonia Puba, I am Shishaya, Bemaya containing coronavirus in accordance to the 6 key factors, the WHO, any president, any health service for our purpose, Sebabua and dear, didn't want to mention.
Okay,
the interest of Ghana is supreme.
Okay, Mami Musa, Honorable ABA Fuseni, Ayasem, ABM, say, what can I see? Honorable ABA Fuseni, Pachotiminka. Okay, so, Honorable Moses any my church and Semna, what I said, impression of minority, Mukreti to Serbia. There was no consultation, speaker and consult, leadership, any near Kahua won't teach me. Or senior sanity and honorable do you know what will be and what you cry no majority leader after one more president no cry meeting was sign or no minority leader mania and munim who be it's not like there was no consultation and we are no say
Masa ma mindi kan mi chia me leader Moses Edin or ya madam for power parliament. It's just that sometimes because of their majority now omu achieve the processes of parliament. And yeah, ma Nana Kupadonye second term by all means. Master Madika can tell say, and yes, strange, and Madam is any winning. Say, major decisions of the House are taken in consultation with the leadership of the House. Omudika, I say, Madam Doyo. Madam Doyo is a deputy chief whip, for God's sake. Momufa leading to Injokra, and a disgrace. And in Guasia Papa, say, they've been taking major decisions in Parliament, affecting the destiny of not just MPs, but the whole country. And the minority leader who represents one side of the House. Oh, Mr. Speaker, what happened with the anytime Mr. Speaker can say major decision what minority leader? This is Mr. Moses Tenim. So anytime Mr. Speaker can say you take decision, one minority leader. And yet just even the
honorable AB if any me also say TNA or say minority leader no ankasano. After our throw letter at the command speaker about how
talking about the morning
but Mpacho and was see minority leader say because we nya favorable response in fee speaker honum say no to no nya dia pre-sitting meeting obekoda.
It doesn't have to, the minority leader doesn't have to be at the pre-sitting to take part in major decisions. And then let me tell you.
Okay.
In major decisions of the House, Mr. Speaker can be in his chamber and quote the minority leader after the pre-sitting or whatever it is. So if it was a major issue, sir, Mr. Speaker will say, we are very important in our national interest. So minority leader, I want you in my chamber. Majority leader, I want you in my chamber. A decision they are taking. Is it not what a very capable leader should do? We are capable leader who person offer decision. We are making sure say the major components of the House how in this case say one friend minority leader. You should stop relying on the morning conference. It's not the only platform that you can take it. There were more other important platforms, Mr. Speaker, to be taking this. Well, he should have consulted the minority leader himself. One friend, he didn't want to call the minority leader because of the agenda, the sinister agenda. I think the Mukato said, Mr. Madam from Musitanim, Parliament, yeah, because of their decision, your cooperative, normally we don't sit on Mondays, but on Mondays. On Saturdays, because of the Omuka, on Saturdays. In the national interest. Listen, the best man was the business of the House is not coming. Listen, on him. And the MPP, Nana Kupado Abai, woman demonstrating any agency about coronavirus. At all. Makacha, Madika Akacho said, the finance minister said, what the financial expenditure framework from Parliament on COVID-19? We are making available the equivalent of $100 million. Your finance minister said, on my Parliament, the chair, what buy a 60 new. And then the country said, 35 million there, would you buy any? They have to go for expenditure. And then the other 65 million, they will for funding in Abra. Up to the time you get Parliament, finance minister one more. So is it a posture of a serious government? Where are you serious government?
But me and fan to just say.
Serious government here. When president Omufati emergency. Look at the attitude of the finance minister. One for any expenditure at the other, and without expenditure approval from Parliament, you cannot spend the first one. That's illegal. It will be illegal. It's in who say you were emergency. The finance minister should have acted with dispatch. No offer that items the Parliament and every brand, my man approval. And we the minority were ready to give them the approval. And I want to know what I say the country is on emergency. What shows that you are treating the country on emergency? You see, Nana Kufado, say, a person who used to wait as a power grab, say, on you see, enforcing the way to get a second term. And then the medical catcher say, they converted the adjournment to suspension. Say, to be fair, at short notice to make sure that the 21 days for the constitutional instrument to mature. And then, any normal here.
Hello.
Yeah, honorable any member so be more we
because
But me musa enti yanko animo sade we san ye be si akọ animo sa asem yi. What is the way for sisi ayekọ animo ho a yekọ anim say?
The way for the say the illegalities Mr. Speaker here no. One key sign because okay
and by that no person say say mo pa adjournment and not suspension na.
That we are Mr. Moses animo. Say your business decision. Say the adoption of the business statement. Yeah, on that side. What decision did the House take? Yeah, adopting business statement. We adopted the business statement, and when we adopt the business statement, it's binding on the House. Which means that business statement would have the cost to the minority, and the minority is represented by the minority leader. Minority leader want to coin aqua baby or Ghana or Parliament. I then Mr. Speaker to start friend no can say Madam Doyo. Madam Doyo is not a minority leader. Okay,
all right. My honorable Moses Enim.
Yeah.
It's
only the minority leader.
Okay, honorable Fuseni Pacho, my mintie, honorable Enim. So, I'm saying, baby Ojano say, I dear way, no, my ye son of Pesoche.
Mimi, I want to say, Nidi Campa, me person. At one of the pre-sitting meeting, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, the minority leader, Amma, and Omu Chief Whip also, Honorable Mutaka Amma consistently. Ahmed, the first deputy minority whip,
Ahmed Banda,
Leno Bai, Speaker, Ekdin Krama Ahmed. Opa bisa Honorable Ahmed Onyamienim non canocre. Speaker, Eden Claman is there. We're taking notice of the conspicuous absence of the minority leader and then the chief whip to pre-city meeting, which is an obligation by practice for leadership of parliament to undertake every morning before we go to sit in the chamber. Entino, Honorable Ahmed, on kanchire wom say, osire wom, omu shena na techini ne kono, omu mra. Mini adem bi na speaker anye. Udi opa fre Honorable Ahmed. I was in that pre-sitting meeting. Me was his enemy. Eden bi na onye. Entimini ya wahu ade anu hwe na me expect say anka menua ABF sei ni nso obenya kukuduro no waka say oh yenua no mo nso na bi anka say because you see emre sheda ni obi aho sa into the avenue for pre-sitting is the most avenue where you this consultation formally informal one in it is any minority leader majority leader on which na we still our man or some friend kukuemu ni consult no and they do it regularly omanu bebe nkura na fe formal approach no na omo de atudwane ade which is a good practice. Now the former one na obi animre na the pre-sitting na ye dia bobo na fe enyina achechere ni yakọ onu so also ma speaker to won class bra wa ma unia doyo a otu ana oka say doyo a deputy minority weapon. The moment you sit in that meeting na say me say ye co pre-sitting na one of me side leadership and me amba me brief on. And that is our responsibility.
Okay.
And you na pre-sitting at the go, you timi ko. It will now represent our side now. And so brief, especially so leader anywhere there. Na so ko brief no.
Yo.
It mean ni American say ni yiye mu na ye nyina ye hwehwe. Sabe technicalities ni one so ye. In terms of practicing democracy and its principle, the technicalities not so yet. But in abnormal times like this,
hello.
Yeah, send ya can be an yabema or mine etimia containing say yari in accordance to the 6 key factors.
Okay, honorable Enim.
No, yeah. And then no, Mr. Rama Kamidi, I hope to say the minority are not saying that under this condition of suspension indefinitely, no, says speaker. I been here on main says speaker offering you Trumrika within 12 hours so 4 hours so near Trumrika Bobo Chenku near to me and says Fatanya me ne se fato may no may bet me anymore. I hope so to say who na omo catch ma.
Okay, all right.
Na mo beba near nyina kafwa na ne see yema o may atoyenche ma atoye ye kokoden na nyame boa ye ne free ya so no ni nyina ye na hyenyame die ne onyam na ma chiri ma so abeto se yare ba ye ne tise ne amne bi ntobro ni ade ba ya Ghana fo nyina amne bi atwamu de dada na man ne nyame ka bo ma yetime konye no se pandemic ya COVID-19 dia ba man ne wiase nyina so no a chiri ma so ba abeto abakwasem se eduru so no parliament nso ya fam die bi ase ya. Yeah.
Yo, mummy fancy you and say honorable Fuseni. Me fancy you how?
Concluding the marks.
You also who conclude saying?
Say, my country will say, yet from Monday to Saturday. Honorable Moses and him, when him say, agent business related to coronavirus war. And Nana Kufuado, any finance minister, can offer that.
Meanwhile, ABF Husseini. Don't shift the goalposts. Finance minister, but who a document? Who a document refer to the finance committee? You have it. Don't shift the goalposts, Mr. You conclude where you fa pepe yo ne kru yen som ye man. Anu ne hia yen tete. Baby aye duri enye we afom ni we mfom ye. Ana we yes ni ehia ye se me no nyina ye be kan enwa bom ni aye ne se fata oman onu ne ehia twima mentwe ne kasa tinti nyina mfa nkosi hwe ye di be hwi papa ne se oye nyina be kan enwa bom ni asom ye man na di atroje nche me free ye kwam enti ye ya kaka kra ye
omu kakeke o edamu no amanu so keke omu nye committed to unit.
Okay, all right, penny for Maminda must honorable Fuseni. You see, I say.
Ghana card.
Okay. Honorable Fuseni. I am Medasi, honorable Fuseni, honorable Moses Miso Medasi, penny for Madam so Oti, honorable ABF Fuseni, or Rashabe Jama Sagnarigu, na honorable Moses Rashabe Jama Trouble, Sansi Adept Team, Majority Chief, we pan pay neat 100.9 near Corso, or Rashabe Jama pay. MC Fiade asem o memenda ekra eno mo de ho ensem e dia ba be ewie nei edio
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Odesam Pabo Kasia Bo Ko wakata monsa Onye yimu no kretrodo kawadile men kamadini bo Mama yentie Kwasi ABOAGYE 100.9
Kwasi bonkwe
Yanko anywhere na yanji de bonkrata no bi emfem piano anape yanko nsem
yo me the daily graphic no ana kra na no no eguso a na eno ana mampanyi ne nkasa yem no eno kra ansa na no oswafo ohama ne boso odumonyamfo kodwo ponkroma obe tweteye ena no ocha se mampanyi agina eye executive instrument eye EICC sesuso acha se enepa de enya de aye bia ye boda no na otwemienu no de ka ho efri ebre eye match de to so aduonu ba ko obeka ye se ya to ye boda mu no se wasan e de ababa tutu bio na wotwe mienu efri eye enra na ekosi ne na wotwe mienu so se ya to boda mu enti wo be kyerɛkyerɛ mu sa na no amampanyi kasa no wo de to so bio kyerɛ sɛ wagina ye Ghana mamra no so na wasan ahyɛ sɛ yɛmfa na wɔtwe mienu ento so a yɛmmie boda no ma obia emewram emom wɔn mo firi amanone eba ya ebinom de yade ebewura ha sei no sese no enye no yɛhwɛ yɛn ankasa yɛn ho ɛno na mampanyi kan ya no so daily graphic de ho asɛm aba me wa kratafa a etoso edu ani edu baako ensam a wa ha ni nyina no wo kyerɛ sɛ efiri bra a covid-19 yi ba ye kaneshi market we wo ma ya ade wo so wo ma ya ade papa bo ma ba so na wo mo hyɛda ekɔ aprobo ekɔ hwɛ edwa ahodo no efiri bra mampanyi kan sa asɛm ya se ye kim ebo bɛsɛ donko ahomache a wo fiti ase na eba match da na etoso aduasa no eba na no ɛna ɔmo si monte sɛ ntwerɛtwerɛfo de etimi si abonten ɛkɔfa nsɛm no ɛbɛka kyerɛ Ghanafoɔ na wɔsi wɔne namu na no ɛna odi kan de nani ɛkyerɛ baabi ɛte sɛ makola ɛne kumase ntwerɛfo a wɔmo ɛwɔ kumase ɛkɔhwɛ hɔ ɛna ɔmo wɔ nkran ha makola yɛsɛ wani sɛ ɔka kyerɛ obi timi fira kwatia line na waba kejetia sɛ wɔba abɛtɔ brodo obi timi fira kwatia line ba kejetia sɛ ɔbɛtɔ gari na obisa ne sɛ ɛhɔ gari ni bi ni wɔ sɛ ɛhɔ die ne ntu ɛwɔ die ne ntu enti ɛhɔ na ɔba abɛtɔ no na wɔse abra wɔde nani ɛkyerɛ makola no deɛ friend social distancing ebi ni hɔ enkrofo aba peso me aka say ho wo bia mfa ho adwadifo a wo mo ntena se kyese wo mo ma no omo eni kwan kra so mo badwanim no wo mo bae enso mampanyi kasa no wo kyerɛ sɛ wo mo ton enuane a ye die ana bibia ye beta akonoa eno nko a na wo mmra na eno no so ofiri makola ode nani kyerɛ eye kaneshi dwanom what a beauty wo se kaneshi dwanom wo mo tete wo mo ntem adwadifo no nyɛ omu nyina na baayɛ sɛ tomatoes ni ba ko si ha na emoko esi bia wo hwɛ wo mo ntam na wo matene wa kyire kyɛ sɛ wo hyɛ da hyehyɛ wo mo ho yie pa wo se nanka wo hwɛ sɛ de ya ɛhɔ no yɛ gbegya na wo hwɛ sɛ de wo mo egyina kwan no ho wo mo tonton ne wo mo tetete kwan ho ɛwɔ kaneshi first light ɛfa mu a besi overhead bridge no so hɔ no de na eni hɔ saa bio wo mo ne nam kwan no so nyina wo bia pa baabi afa womo koda womo ma emeton ade nso so ama enti na ehɔ de ehɔ adwo fom ehɔ ananka traffic ehɔ hɔ bebrebe no ni nyina eso ate womo enenam traffic mu edi dwa yes anyoma ni nyina nso obi ama enti na ehɔ no aye hom na enso so ukopiem ehɔ Accra Central dia ene sune na nya kra eti wo kyerɛ sɛ enyoma ekɔ so fine ehɔ hɔ afa wo ba eye baabi ti sɛ Madina market ya ene ye ho no normal business o wo mo mfa ho obi anhwe obi anim eno ane se wo mo kɔ ene o mu didwa saa nso na asante mantam tie na nso ho no wo kyerɛ sɛ bambɔfo na ni breye afa wo ya ni aka kyerɛ sɛ kɔne kopra saa na o mo ye ya ene agya wo mo ede twetwe so a eno no ekogu ye kwesi
anka o man so na ye ni Deputy Minister for Information Rapiles Enam Hajide eni enkomo kakra Rahajiri da simu akwa baba ni TFM so.
Opa mi jegusu na wapo mu design.
Na mi adaruma o yegusu nkakra. All right, so yen shase say nra mampanyi e de ensem e to Ghana for nyina nim about some interventions aban edi egu akwan mu ebi ti say water bill abe bosumi be miensa na chese yentua aban ye fa hye no ho and some other measures aban mampanyi e de to dua ko ema health workers but yan shase ye wo bem say utilities no na man for say nko hwe nim say ye de electricity beka ho de na betimi aka fa no ho wo mo ananka e bia wo munya ananka aban de electricity aka ho adana mampanyi na aban fa electricity anka ho
yo minya me da se mami tanchi na minche teko nyina ebio mo mampanyi tena o kan ye no ampa oni ye edinti ho enra yen ye dika ni atani ba ye covid-19 ya reboni e ba ye no mampanyi anti anda amfani sa anche ne demel femu chese wadi ye nimu a brown oni ye ending kita ho a o chese wo ye penyi bia odwe na manfo ho ewo tima ewo abadaye bia obetumi dia ba Ghana for mu ben ha o kakra ahunto ebeba even in this trying moment no na o manteni baako a odi atodwa no sabe venete otisa sikapudo a insio eka busumi poli three kwa venete over ekane
miensa
busumi miensa ehu water bill aga manfo ebetua no na wo how no weji e free yen so me dajini say enye ye dajini biom because of say nipa hu ebe ha nipa hu beto wo mukakra even in this difficult moment kakra odi aka we the city dia no na waka enene say obehye say sa enyina mahonde kania dondumi yebe yeni ye bia say light no ebe gine so one mark price anase won tia say yebe dondum kania no so wo dia share omo decide man say omo hwe say kania no ebe wo so so na insure so ebe wo so sa na momu insure ne dia we di sa how no bill no tia no we di e dia free nsemo a ne daje ne ye ko ye ne mu a se kakra fufo bi wo ha o maben ebetumi aye e dia ka ho no wo be ye o san e ka se we chasika 600 million no ye be ye soft loans the man SME the work 1 year moratorium in which after 2 years repayment after 2 years and so kwanya when person offer so Ghana for be here be hari won kakra mo benya relief even in this trying moment so na o share finance minister onye nhihye say COVID-19 relief arrangement bi a officer on for machebe defia and so betumi aboa no ya dia ye hwe nim so ni nyina that $1 billion CBC asemo ayeke one finance minister so edibeko machebe defia ma machebe defo so ebeji atomo na ya hwe ne ebeba intino from time to time no company ebi nhihye ye ba ebebua na the pains and the sufferings of the people of Ghana within these trying moments can be mitigated. And uti that revenue from the here. There already light to the no account in a people there. You call your name not a holding as of mine to me and also your best.
Okay. Now, say bakwa ehwasem ha man for pa lockdown in 14 days. See na amanfo na nko mpese omhu so manpanyi enra no okasa no so okay ye ba extend na ye extend ye de bi be ka ho na ye mfa bi nka ho ba mu masema manpanyi de tu dwane se so far na say yade bi be pie gan hanum say contact tracing bi aye no nipa be 19,000 ye chi na emu be 15,000 say Ghana Health Service or my ritual so far no eno ho na ye hwe nim say bia asem no yetimi nya 15,000 no so mutimi ye nhwemu ni nyina wi a eno na be gina na ye be kwanim ayemia ye nim dai bia ensa be ka eye Samuel fi Ghana Health Service wo na bia no so betimi determine that decision see e kwanim lockdown ye de bi kan ne mfa bi nkan
yo minya medase yampa o ka se because of strategy na you use yes you be intimacy na yenjai say yeninam around ebebuama contact tracers no ayomeduma no abuama yetumi contacting nipa 19,276 thereabout emunu ya train nipa be 50,385 ya train omo nsu a ye testing say now woman ka say wono no de the data any evidence no and the guide and amount was yetu nyadia sorry preocupe na was oh misusu say yenye say na ye debi ye data no any advice ya health thing for edibama na ye de beto na mo entinu yen enya motre kakra na 15,385 test results na be free mo aba dodo na ebe test positive as against negative any na say for no na ebe determine oti hospital say oh me kwakotu aso anase me jaya and you are not being led by the data no betumi ayem from so kakra enti no yemma impanyimfo no any omampanyi emre kakra na let the data come in and let the data guide what's it 15,385 test results media you say about within the week and back daily basis here no the testing center bako and so the account mienu na ye water down test kits no so bebre so asamba abeka ho and you say that test results no ebeba intentemo a ebetumi aboa before the expiration of these last 7 or 6 days here ewo ye nim sese no ansa na ye be du ho no be sure say o ma penin ebe ye na adwene o ye na adwene so a o be betidwa
Pas bem say enra o ma penin the interventions be bredi go akwan mu but still I say Ghana for no nia titru beti na nsem ne bia ebi eka nia omo chese okay unya aban mu mpenifo anu ebusa ebi mu say wa omo so mobro wafo bi omo ni bi awo bia ono de bia nka so okọ no okoye adwuma ansa na otimi nya bibi edi wo mo so mu nya bibia endi no dien na aban so de aboa beti no bi say ene me be desi ya me nko adwuma yi meni mebusuafo ye nidi ene ne ka ho ehon asem te sen
wo fa se wo be ko adwuma akonya yare de abra wo le wo busuafo no ike bi eni ya si anka wo ko adwuma akonya ya eno na ehun ya nteni pa ho kwan e o se ye ti aketa ni aba no eye adia ebe tu ye nyina ntini o se nyina na ye ka bomu nye se teli ye be yi wodie no ubia woni chefa ewo mu yen ka ye ho bomu na ye nta abanati aban no ehwo se kakra no so betumi aye no oye ya ye ka se ye ni no mu bia ye ni se omu ni bibeda omu eye ehia omu papa se kaya ye foni masifo yi se ya ye nhihye de bia ye pe kakra bi dia ma wo mu enu eche kwa no ediane aban no eduane ye tiche through the Ministry of Gender ebiom so no NGOs ni emuafo bebre so aba omu ebua omu so etimi enie eduane minim say for instance the members of parliament meaning for instance member of parliament for Ayawa so West Wogon constituency one also in nama or chiche eduane ebi eduane ye nia dada ebi so fresh food omu mole banchi mole ni na se for no so omu so chiche for persons in the ni na na ya kambo mu a ye nkaka enteno ni aban no betumi aye no aban no so medical abo bebre achira 600 million 1 billion issue aban energy afa eni nema bebre aban no edi agwa akwamu aye no aban no a contribution ya aban no betumi aye ye be se ye ntiase na nta aban na chiri ewo mo se o how abedan ni paso kakra de but ni nyina no ye nim se nyame be kai hu kakra ye be slimu na me fa beba
PPs akadia me fan say health workers omu hia wo mo de be ekon etia yade na no kram say yeti kolebu some of the department a wo mu kro mo chese wo mo ba be cost strike na mo enye adwuma san say akadia omu hia wo de be adwuma beti na say a doctor for some of the frontline health workers complaining yes normal penny ne kasa no eden say me to dra about say Ghana hanum say cry ye PPAC ye ba be ye bini ne kaka ho locally ye ba be produce yenim say one of the address of my opinion say in some what to dra na say about 50,000 akadia betimi aboa ne esi ekrani ne kaka ho eba no Ghana bia akadia ye hia ye de kuetia yade broni kan PPs na ete saying yenim say Jackman so bre nyeman bi ya woni amani bi o ha anasisi ano we have maybe a shortage and a sanity
there be any shortage there woni amani bi o aya teacher bi the time teacher bi so at the account o man penyi bu nkunta ma ya teacher be 300 over 350,000 ya teacher over 500,000 lost ya teacher over 75,000 ya no N95 ni so ya teacher face shield PPE ni bi wo ha o say dia akwese glass bi na woni pa enim bisa no ya teacher ebia enso be 2,000 na dia ya teacher enso be 2,000 and sanitize the shoe covers ya teacher you are right one page I can say ya be year face mask ni bi ewo yankasa ye kuma ewo gana be 3.6 million ya be ye yeguso a enyema ni bi ayaka ebi aba ebi so nam kwan so aba to the extent say ventilators in asifo nyina so yakra new ventilator system emu 20 aba set nam kwan so aba before the na omaimu na no na yewo 67 ventilators in the public space every nanu person in the public space there was 67 yakra 50 edi akaho a emu 20 abada down within nimanimu ya na yecheni say the rest every bedroom who this can yayewo in the public space who are Ghana your ventilator position on number 200 ventilators ye bonya me fire say endru baby a ye ben here ventilators no posisi a ye ka say obi anyone who use ventilators say because we don't have too many critical cases mienu na ye wono underlying health complications be and and mild cases and ye wa o mu nse da ehia ventilators na mo so ye boa ye ho in the case of any eventuality. At the last count, we were within the system, both public and private, about 200 ventilators. Yes, I could be and we continue to make provisions for equipment and even the PPEs here. And now our company can
perhaps maybe I win a bear because you chat to say nano asema babeto dwa say Guinea phobia wama be Ghana hanum say from Burkina Faso ni Togo na emubeye du ye test omo positive coronavirus bi na ye quarantine omo baaku edwane ye antie say nkra hanum say number 2 no pacho sanete
so ye kasa no pay dem binya confirmation bi ase yati obi asa no nyume na meso meti ontimi nam kwanso a medu edwumemu a maybe some washer minya briefing be tani pano yensanka sana maybe a twemu bemu ye bi tu mu se o ye chi no e wo yendi ko ti obi so e wo ye chi no e wo tama ne nyina chi no na ni mo bi kwa se wa find the chia wa cross border no kra wa ko Burkina Faso nti nsem ne de ani nam twamemu nemo minyanya brief dia experte ya de chino e won kra me do office na menya emo ya ufrem na metumu register metumu acheche matiko
okay
am passe Guinea phone Burkina Faso phobi ewra ye maimo but mentiasia memenya ene se brief a memenya ne se enye wo mu 10 nkua wo mu do so kakra na 10 no na prove positive and a biom omu eba yemamu before the closure of the border. And to omu ba ya security foreign health officials no enyanti yesa omu ewramu no and omu quarantine omu ba ya between the time omu penyin ka say ye ba be close your borders no and omu remu ti ya quarantine omu 11 days. 11th day no and test results no eba ya ye hu say wo mu 10 positive ye manage bi e wo Tamale teaching hospital here ye ka say
Okay, all right, honorable. But that's you do be see us in Yamishov. No, Pastor Nam Haji Day, Deputy Minister for Information. Need 100.9 Ghana Muntie Jumedi Sino Asogo and comments no be atemu bim ewo hanum say na mame fe bi mfam twem na enko enu enji de bon krata mu enso ensem no be Mfama Sky from Kaswa says as measures put in place to curb out the spread of this deadly coronavirus by President Akufo-Addo, I entreat everyone to stay home and stay safe. Use hand sanitizer, wash your hands with running water, etc., etc. That's one here from Sky. Anna Fernanda Ku says, can't we mobilize our herbal medicine practitioners and give them the necessary resources to come out with the medicine to curb this coronavirus pandemic rather than waiting for WHO? Well, I don't know. Kojo Trumpet, Bubua, she says, I'm a bit surprised about some market women saying people are not buying at all. They have forgotten that people bought enough to keep them for the lockdown. That is one from Kojo Trumpet. And to one here from Boatin, Denmark says, hey, when it comes to thinking positively to fighting coronavirus and the development of the nation, and without the cheap and propaganda politics, the likes of Peter Boamo, Tokono, Felix Ofosu-Kwakye, etc., just make empty noise. Bukala Jonas Adia from Kerry says, President Akufo-Addo has once again said it all. We need to rally behind him in prayers and fiscal efforts in these hard times. One from Mukala Jonas Adia. Now, me assure say no, assemble see wa shama what home popo say a true eka ayi obi e wa shama em we free mu. Ni nyina bambofo a wo mo bua e wo ye sa COVID-19 hwe say lockdown obetimi aye adwuma no. Yesi soje ni ba ako na ni true akwa ba ako ne ko preswa mafi kafi edisa na dim ene tuo ya akoya femu ewu na yeko na mra shebejeni ogina honum saying ashama ye no edi nkomo me say nkomo we be do broadcasting. So honorable Ernest Nogbe is the member of parliament for Ashaman. Good morning and thanks for your time this morning on NIT FM. Honorable.
Yeah, good morning to you and good morning to your listeners.
Okay. Yeah. So what has come to you? What has come on your table as far as this incident that happened in Ashaman is concerned?
Yes, it was an unfortunate incident that happened yesterday. And then the residents of Ashama are mostly agitating to seek for justice. And the youth of the community are also demanding for justice and independent investigation in the incident that happened yesterday. My brother, you know, not too long ago, we passed a restriction act in Parliament, and that is what we are using for this lockdown. So if for nothing at all, when somebody offends that rules of engagement, there are measures that you have to take to make sure the person obeys or to the punishment thereof. So it was just unfortunate that a gentleman will be passing, just going to the market to buy food or passing by, which we all know that we are supposed to be indoors, passing by. Then you ask him, go home. What are you doing outside? Then you remove your staff, which is a stick. I don't know how they call it, a stick to beat the gentleman. He was trying to collect the stick from you, just step back, made a phone call, and shot at this gentleman without any further provocation. It was just unfortunate. And that is why I see the statement from the military hierarchy as very unfortunate. There were so many eyewitnesses there who were witness to what exactly transpired on the spot. There were videos circulating all over, and we all saw it from the beginning to the end. So it was just unacceptable that you are supposed to protect the very people on the street and also make sure that they stay indoors. You are not to be killing them. You are not to be brutalizing them. After all, the president came out to say that if you have certain things to do that are essential, you are going to buy medicine, you are going to buy food, you are going to do etc., that are within those factors that the president enumerated. You are allowed to go. A police officer could even escort you to go and do it. In this case, Nothing of such things happen. Just go home, you beat the person try to collect the stuff from you, and then you shot at him. It's just unfortunate. And the youth of Ashama are seriously agitating, and if care is not taken, it will explode in our face. So therefore, I plead with them to remain calm whilst investigations are concluded.
There's also this bit of information speculating. I don't know if you've heard it, that for the want of better word, let me say he's not entirely a normal person, as he has a mental problem. Can you confirm that for us?
I cannot confirm that from my point of view, because this is a guy who normally helps the market women. Anytime they come, he lives around the market. Anytime the market women come, he helps them carry their luggage from one place to another, sweep the whole place, distill the gutters. And this is a young man. Anytime we go on our political activities, we'll be on the sideline and be making those usual noise of such people. So probably because of those things that he has been doing, people think that he's not normal. I cannot substantiate that because I'm not a medical expert. I cannot substantiate that. But from my point of view, as an MP and also somebody who engage these people in their community, I do not see any abnormality about this gentleman. Anyway, he makes fun. He makes a lot of fun. When he sees you, even yesterday, unless he was telling the police, the soldier man, that he is a son of Jerry Rawlings, so no military man can scare him. I mean, he makes those kind of usual fun that people of his caliber might have or maybe making at all points in time. So I'm sure that is the reason why people might be thinking that he has some mental challenges. But from my point of view, no.
Has any family member come forward? Okay.
Whether or not this is human rights, you are not supposed to kill anybody, not even a mad person. You cannot just pull a trigger on a mad person for no provocation. Provocation is not an excuse under this circumstance.
I see.
Yeah, we saw.
But talking about, I mean, that he did not provoke the military man and all that. I mean, there's also other side of the information. I mean, that says that he tried taking the military man's gun from him. That is what led to all this.
You see, when you read the statement from the military, you realize the inconsistency. Now, if you see the picture of the guy, you know that this is not a guy who can wrestle or try to collect a gun. I don't know whether it's the MG or GM or AK-47 from a military officer. And in any case, it is not only one officer on duty. There were many, including police officers. So the mere fact that he tries to collect it from you does not warrant you to step 2-3 feet back and then shot at him. So why then is it about, wrestling the weapon from you? If it were to be a struggle that they were all fighting, and it pulls the trigger, then that one is a different thing. But to step foot and shot at the chest of a person, and you want to tell me that it's because they were struggling with the weapon and the weapon went off, I do not understand it. In any case, as a military man and as a police officer, you are not supposed to cock your weapon whilst on duty. Something might have happened before you cock. So you cannot just say that, oh, we are struggling with this thing and the bullet went. Did you cock the So it means that all the military guys or the officers that we are seeing on the street, they all cock their weapons before moving. It is not so.
Okay, so you're disputing the statement that has been put forward by the Ghana Armed Forces?
Exactly. So that is why I'm calling for independent investigative bodies to investigate this matter, because the statement they put out there has preempted. It will tell you the end of the investigation that they are making.
So you don't believe that the gentleman actually tried to disarm, the military or the soldier, and that he was also, according to the statement from the Ghana Armed Forces, that he resisted arrest, and because they suspected him of indulging in an illegal conduct contrary to the Narcotics Act, that may be fine. You don't believe all that?
I don't believe it. And in any case, military man is not supposed to be arresting people for narcotic offense. You are on duty with a police officer. That is the duty of a police officer. From where the thing happened to the police station, it's not far. So you are on duty with a police officer. So when you see somebody engaging in narcotic, just hand over the person. Let the police officer deal with that person. You are not supposed to do that. No. You are not supposed to. That's why the police officer is there, also helping you to do your duty. So if you are saying that because he was engaged in narcotic, blah, 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 so therefore, and that is
so under the circumstance, I mean, if there was no police officer there and the military man sees someone who is engaging in narcotics, he's suggesting that he should just let the person go?
No, not at all. That is why you said in the circumstance. So in this case, the police officer was there. So if the police officer, anytime the police officer is there and then something of this nature, civil or criminal distance happen, you have to hand over to the police. But if the police officer is not there, even when you arrest as a military man, you arrest the person, you must take the person to a police station. Do you understand me?
Yeah.
That is how the system works. I'm not saying that if a police officer is not even there, you cannot arrest. You can arrest, but you must take the person to the police station. And in this case, a police officer was there. They were all on duty.
Okay.
That is what happened.
All right. Well, I'm sure we'll also have to slow down a bit, just as you said, and see the outcome of the investigations. And I'm sure. So, as you speak, maybe has any family member come forward? Do you know if someone has come forward?
I saw one family member at the police station yesterday. This morning, I'm just getting ready to go and see the family. I have to calm the situation down in the constituency because you and I know Ashama already. We are peace-loving people, but when you provoke us, and then you are in for trouble. So you need somebody who can talk to these people to understand the situation and know that justice will definitely prevail. So I'm going to the family house and then calm the youth down and also make sure that the authorities come out with a very conclusive investigation that will put everybody at peace.
Okay. So I'm reading from your statement, and you gave his name as one Eric Ofuchu.
Yeah.
Okay. A.K. Noyawa.
Yes.
And in his mid-30s.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. Honorable, we'll leave it here. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm sure we'll come back to you again later.
Thank you.
Right. That's Honorable Member of Parliament for Ashaiman, N.S. Nogbe. There. Yakunedu represent right here. Neat FM.
Studio. Directly opposite. KWASI ABOAGYE.
Social distancing.
But emuchi.
Yeah.
Na enkomoi fracase. Yeah, course when ra nenanza men ra krachi wawuo. Na darling boy ne MP twetwe enkomodo busa se asam no watwere ho krata se nkoyie wonkyerem. Ana see you. Omanfo se de mate dada no. Krachi any soldier fo bo mpunimpu. Ana mo sign no. Ana wanti ase na okotena ase na wo ye ne call bi. Wate honom no akwatwitu. Kekre etim na ade abone bum. Na wutie bambofo no kra soldier for statement on the by na ntwa yie. Enyo mampani na kan yese enkrofo essential services. E de obi betimi apia akwakoye. Na so nipa no mpo wo gituo e wo nsem a enya apere a wose okuno. Se ye de ba bia keka kro no nkrofo nti ye nti e wose adwodwo nkrofo bo ansa. Na darling bo busa se krache no. Aka yese ni bi ne sesebe omo number papa. Safwa no e bia na atu atoche. E no se ndi ontimi nsi sudua. Na oyo bia nkrofo nim no edwom ho oso ma mu mo ye omo nema etoda osiesi ho campaign wode ho jim na sede ne ho sitie ne ho anika etoda na oyi nsenkwa wo mu gina no kra o katwam so no ejeje na nanti obi antim nye ne foku wenye bibia brusu bia wo sa otwituo ma wodi kuno soja fo ni excuse bia ana o se ne se no oje soja fo tuo afiri wo musem o praji soja tuo ana o se utie military for krata na ensisi ani krachi wo hwe ne se ne bobre ahode ben no wo ni soja be kwa akopre da bi na mpo se wo gituo kra de afiri soja nsem a eno che se ye monituo nkono Say soldier tuansa na beto no just wa koke. Wa pomatuo no. Eti no ma pomatuo na etwen say obi be etwo bo ani ato ana maka say kitikiti no mu na eto ye dabi. Ensisi so nti on de ohia say ye hwehwemu foforo de fa ho independent inquiry e de fa ho. Darling boy kan sakrachi ne asi nubone omo hwe se nubone ne ade bi wo ne ho enti ne akakabensam a na wodi ana bibi no so dabi ebo se nubone asanye soja na chi nipa soja chi nipa de ma posi ana sa brankra na posi fo ho enti soja de mo ka se nubone apere sen dabi ni nyina nsisi so ana kwasi wie busa se abusuafo ne bia yiwo mutia na no se an abusuafo na ohu abusuafo no ebi na de hia titu se ne se obedwodwo nkrofo akoma na kwasi ni masha amanfo omo paasomdwe pa so sa obri wo mukura na o matochi eti wose wo hwe no odwodwo wo mo akoma na eno na odi hu dwuma no pay eno achi obekọ abusuafie ho na wa hwe de edidi achi na kwasi bo krachi ne din a ne mra ne no yawa eno se ne ono a no yawa se de wa yefunra darling boy.
But when him say seriously, I mean, I did shas here. Me and my call aprobo a Shaiman.
Shaman boy.
Yeah, my call Kronum, and I think so only my Shaiman ye pa, and I was telling someone because me a video na da kwesi abaje live a man for being motion am say especially if market to honum say na hu a hu enipa e wo ho nti wan hwe be out to say yeah, but only my Shaiman ye pa, I think Utan Kudra no in America. I think they've really done well. Yeah. Lockdown Medisu and how Ashama
Medisu.
Oh yes, of course.
We don't know about Medisu no.
Yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, when you Ashama here. Oh,
Medisu pound.
Medisu. Media.
Oh, I see.
Now, market to honum say now, coffee and I'm the car far honum say I'm a driveway, you know. Police station, you know, I mean, look, matter. Some of already lockdown also. Jai. Okay. Nano crime say who crash will be actual. Oh yeah, social media crowd can say. Ashama for maybe tika swa. It's no more. Honestly speaking, me buy me kofa kasobo, but I mean I just saw it, and I'm telling you, say because me minima shama here, so I can tell you that omedi so. Pasa. Now market one say obesi dey akwa kofa honum say. Nipa so beti me the car now they are driving through now for honum say sa no. Oh, Jai. Oh my idea. Wow. Omedi lockdown. Omedi. So I'm telling you.
Shaman.
Oh.
Anyway, they are shaman to the world.
Now.
Mawuni sofo.
Uko fight to say bia 50 traffic light. What I'm saying. I shall mark a traffic light on udi bia. Let's say depending on where I go, but ukwa to person call kaketo ubefa baby a banks. We was the best point for no. Ewo bia on the right hand side depending say bia. But let's say if you are shaman round about a bad driver be fat or senior high school name honum saying and can Unibank honum say not just say wouldn't honum be pure traffic light or Saquine on a normal day when who's that median or a quine fee omogini enough a quine funny no or my dear musha and then fee no cross on my diaboso. But now go and see. So I think so Medisu. I'm telling you, minim video crowd hope I'll be sure, but where dear me, I minim hoye, and I'm a tough also. Me catch you say, oh my idea, Omediso, Omediso, oh my idea. But it's rather unfortunate, say, this particular incident happened. I don't know, Obia Femu Ewu, that's rather unfortunate. Idea, Ubika Yara ho, Yasefim, but. I'm telling you so Omedisu, yeah, Omedisu.
Darling boy, yan kan chan crofo say. Yan fe buo. Eni eni die bie safata. En fe ma bambofo no. Hwrema etwetwe nyomba. Obi an be justify die. Ya ye die tia obi. Nanso hwrema etwetwe nyom eba. Ahomachi ye ba adwuma onim se me ne mam bia ma ne baye. Ye dru new plan. Ememu a me ense bia fele wafo bi o. Me kan fele wa chese mobo nse. Who said they were you crowd 16 years. Nam kwana pri boko am so moko jogging. And I saw you in a catch say go back.
Yes, I jogging a man for my Yurom. I said I said lockdown if you need my Yuromo because young humanity I will fear in.
Now, darling boy, if you stay home.
Yeah.
And I would see.
Yeah.
And
kwa abefa so abetritri wo mpom e wo fie ho ene wanimu ho no wotimi ye ene obi ansi wo kwan se emfiri wo dam nsi abonten edi ehwehwe ne mu ni edi ehwehwe ne mu ni ye yesa
ye jogging
ye yesa na se ye hye wo mabufuo won esanse yese ma omo nka yen ma omo nka enti na no anti de yese ma nya no boa pa wo koye na nampedu nwum wi anu abo amamem ana free say osebo say ye ka say wasesa osi
abo e bia review
onchi obi anwi no nche say fananum kodi agro ana ensuo ye yi so o mampeni na ado ka ne no anadwo no nkron se se ye ntua water bill trema
amanfo asase ebu nsuo gu
Ghana fo bi omo ye mamofo ya ka so obi ye mamboni a e ka na nkona ko man na sei wo ye nipa bonefo ne ye ne tena mamu enye yie wo ma yiro mu bu nsuo ni tugu o butugu no enye akokodra ye video de kira mansan bemena
me kwaba me yi ashama videos ni bi akiro say o nana o di ho achinye nti
shaman to the world
me yi bi akiro but ma me ni Ra David Tinkran wo ye General Secretary ma Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association ye ni ndi nkomo Ra Tinkran da simu akwa baba ni TFM so
Bra me so that
na bako de
but you are doing ya
minim baby a was enkra ha na wo na minim se na wo kwa adwuma se bia unya ayalolo ibi kwa na bia wa wo ka wo de koye
me wo ko for dia bi ata no kese
okay and yesa mu de
ayalolo ni nduru ha
bu kra de bu ni lockdown ti wo de mu nka ho mu fa ni sa
lockdown de ka ho but adwuma de bi ka ho
sure na nhihye no bi interventions so manpanyi di gu akwan mu enra ye de mu a health workers yi sen enetimo
bra me that say mama mi sa kwenye of a question about na me ka zenya sa
yeah
na me tia me for ni do afo a omo so egusara eboa ayahwe ene Ghana fu yeah say omampani hye no de gu akon no de ebeboara anfane omampani meka we ni kwa ne kra ne private entity the boat adi kan anya kasasie senka omumfa nurses and midwives no enkwaduma man ba na eno no yenka amana nsi na ye papa nso di we ba enti no ehye no president dia ba ne de bra nya kunya fo ani ebeboa ama etimi akakon ya de
emudi hai pa na moni je hu pa ye minim se manya de se bia se akatua si 50% allowance bi e de be ka ho musalary minim se ye ka ho nsemi minim se bem se tax and even PPs diana bia na motia muni asopa
de ni asopa PPs na omampani ka ho asem
akade no
ai ko ye adwuma nankasa PPs no ya de ehia pa yi san se ya de ebai na no ene o hwe amano ne kra no a so ha PPs no munya ene me minim na ati a mini bi school kra ono mo America o bon amane se ho kra no de kaka ma o enti PPs no ya de ehia ye titu yan ka hu hia ye mo ese bibia isan se so uni o yo okofo o kwa okwa no na etu a de be po a ba so enti no kwai na mienu sa asema president kan e fa say even locally kwano ye be ye bi ha no ye arishimu kesipa mai e be tia boy ho ba mai yenso yetimi address na yetimi ahwe yade no edi eno yade a me ji fa
okay minim se nansi abem se mo church krata bi na abem se moninji senia eye abansi hwemu enti sisi ano sankrata na ebi kura bi wonma okay ye de ye mfidie beto fam ye nya adwuma ni sa de ndi sisi amatwe asan wo
oh ya nsana nka se ye betwa asan ye nya adwuma no nemom de ne ye kan se na ebo bank se we ni akade a ese som de man ni timi di eye adwuma no de bra ya de se be ye calling so and because then we could then get it now for no more be now so
ticket card is a Juma win your bay and the Asmugan, the Asmugana phone. Maybe we as far back as 2001, I got opportunity to travel to UK, no me the registered UK city. But they find it. So it's I say, yeah, who come on and share my no papa no. You know, I just say, I know the Kaya near the Bob buying Negana for so Omano eto boom no so no mtumen kasa na aban no enye de so ye na yenya akade no nyintimpa enso mo.
Okay. All right. Bibi wa bia munya ya nka no so beka ho bia amba beka ho mu a obetimi atom kra no de ama aban ya sabiri akwanya no.
Yeah, that's it. No kwanya mi and Chemu Kakrebi na front line seminar president Kayano. Antana President Adaroma Onfa Winetano, Yanin Minister for Health is Yanra. Or Minister of Health Conference Room. And you become say you can't front line. And he fought the canon. And no castle, net for me to have 40 and 440 in my account or Yarena. And San would Panapano, the Behusu, you didn't call. But the Ayeshan now for me, net according to our Bobby Anya in the town, start at here. The rest cannot equal this kind of kind. Now, so President Canon, who's the president, the other one said now or born top at.
Yeah.
It's the Hono Minister, say, yeah, and Gabe Wine. Who's the front line? Because, yeah, next for me to have our gun. Yeah, front line. So I got here. Because doctor, I never wore a package in example. But the other country, and yet, baby, I share COVID patient, COVID-19 patient, in the ordinary ward. I'm no say 14 next to midwife, your quarantine. Into almost another case of one line to one other one line. And so say the risk is equal, irrespective of wherever you find yourself. After it, you know, a pregnant lady, and it's not about only midwife before we can yank down because of anti-data care. So, right, what's the matter, Mamma?
Yeah.
It's no answer at the end of my president and which no Jimmy, I think so. The effect trap and said, health insurance at the hospital. Obi beka say we net now all dying aban kama hospitals die then. Yeah, me your door e wo hospital. The hospital need card they for gloves, they for logistics. Yeah, me break. Sabi allowances be blow why e chairman net for me do afwa. Doctor afwa almost share hospital sorry am do muntia because it can go. No carry me in ko for the original today by more than 19 years. I almost 70% of their clients are back every health insurance member. Health insurance, the car will some and what she said, yeah, except the hospital, no, incapacity. And the extra ban is but it was the exam can you want to think can. And so on for the initial specific financing model for the health insurance. Said, yeah, the oil money, the 1% for two health insurance, Heritage Fund and 24 years, who back a car into the Fumore. It's the Heritage Fund, yeah, board Buhama in and then, yeah, a woman, and you know, 1% in a year for two health insurance money, health insurance.
I know, cried, David, yes, and you're bad, but you're Tiao, and Omana says, can of the Nimia buy and buy a hood on Omobama, and yet, LPP, Omo Vesinko, DC, the same thing, there was that problem. And you know,
every people was by almost financing model. But I'm before that 2.5% value added tax no enough. Nothing so health insurance almost they should focus on their core business. Minimum say the health insurance is 80 school dying. It is wrong. So that they're not an amount for to know hospital near amount for the gloves. Any a friend is saying a mass at the hospital not supplies in Twin Jomoka. And in this ABM was studied that and Mariah actually and health insurance not at your hospital and go ask for gloves, GP grants and I find the what's all the other part.
No, correct.
But at the end of the couple of high chairman but it's in Mercury, next one. Yes, he can take the cat as a corner to me and a midwife in saying the hospital director be a cat saying, health insurance phone in Romunja, Yeah, can I also let's go and put yeah, what about the year and only I didn't amount for a leniency for our weakness. Going forward, we are not going to entertain that kind of thing. Adia, especially at the man, Adia, especially at the man midwife, a man, it's me at the end of Jumano. Yansan can, years of our hospital. Because I said, if be any more dear, I will control accountant general. Allow us to go. Obedient the control accountant general man. It do not force us so yen chama more facility level. He was so facility no sorry almost facility heritage to go. But as a limit and the able, yes, and no to the side as if yeah, credit mono, then this is the side and so
Okay.
Bra, I never come at Pesenka, I might miss a mine.
Okay.
The other what the transport normally at the back. Not maybe near a waiver. Net for the big for your waiver. Okaka Samanomia, a buying MONTIE duty. Taya be a bay, say, the next for any midwife for a gusto, a war waiver, and look down the car, and can you say, yeah, by a Lulumia, the other Panko. What does it? Yeah, call for help work at Tiamo, at me, Obika, when you muka, almost at me, sort of castle. Almost, yeah, Lulu. It's how we're buying one channel family. Or the brain. The best my boy, my me, and ya cat. The best we are on Yaba Abua, Ayarish. And the first time I met car in 2001, met all can because your friend in hospital meet me a bushy, then the Marco. And yes, I'm the big 1990 life and I did it. And you know, yeah, what hospital on the day? Yeah, talk car, yeah, not say it is my boy.
Okay, okay.
So now,
David Midasi Papa Nyamisha, why? Miss you, your friend David in Tiania, Obika and Nina Buano. I know I said good fine. But I say David Tinkrai, General Secretary, Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association, and I think say David Akasapa. No wonder out here, pressure for Penima, Wakasapa, the things are what they are to Jano. Yeah. Sure. That's very good. Very
now,
good.
do you know David?
Oh, my faso.
Oh, Meanwhile, again, the social distance and
me Saka, man, come out.
Men can't hear.
Who no crowd was say, do you want that until you know the baby? I said,
David, you are baby, Solomon, be so baby.
Solomon and Barry David, no, and David. If you can't teach them, confuse them. And I yes, I can't. You're not to me, sure, man. How confusion? Yeah.
Oh my God.
Now
to the world.
Yeah, I shall to the world. Don't make a fast, I'm out the NT. Make my commentary now.
Okay.
Quano,
It's a shaman, a one. You ever caught him, Kai, who say ever caught him, ever fat him, so communities no near her senior near my city. But him says police funny, a soldier for so. Ewo, would you be rat, cronum near Cahono dear? Omugu hopa, woman Maquine keke, quase, will be a keke, will be rat cronum. And you better say, oh, sorry, no to car. So, okay, be a bit to car, madam. We'll do checkpoints now. Police for big south. Oh, call him. Yes, I'm sorry, no, mamma, quite a now.
Okay, all right, so. Commentary but my might hear from who's away video actually unfortunately but to first share between call YouTube Kwasi Aboagye live we share YouTube obenya bi ahwe and I'm a Facebook page Kwasi Aboagye live with me ahwe and I think that we gina Shama market for some time. Let me see that we can review her. Okay, me gina Shama market and we see video me say ya sa picture video ya wo hu this is a Shama market
when now say a fine pa no
oh na sa kwan we on a normal day won't be femo Oh, odi opa ma yen wie lockdown.
Can I major dear because
odi mi wie ya odi opa hwesa kwan odi hwe. Me see hwe this is Ashama main market road. Hwe kwan yi. Na on a normal day, me am found track came na me found kofa se obetumi afasa kwan so.
Ya mo pa ma lockdown just what me call.
Yeah, after lockdown. You ent me.
So see we say na come on.
Hwe we market no mu inside o. Na otimi hu say oh. Okay. Ashama. Nipa we wo ho no. Etin Sodom and Gomorrah.
Okay. When they say day 2.
Yeah, I think day 3 also. Yeah. Wait
okay.
day. Say we be day 3. On baby. Yeah. I think say be day 3. Nipa gum papa. Nti me fi say omo ya de. Omo ya de ometimi di lockdown no so. Rather unfortunately say sa asem yi see enra ma etu I can't move because so far I think say yes, I take a bro binumu ya hwe binumu eni niama ba kumienu bi esi man for kasa but yanti so bia etu aka obi yeah bem say Ashama de no nti sanso no mo ya jo no kwa na because the history books of Ghana say yeah lockdown.
The first place and probably the last place. BBC ABC.
Yeah. It's rather unfortunate.
Yeah, me modin shamra na me modin tumra mu. Emu bia ne hono ma na hye nkran. Ye bodin shamra nye. Ye bodin tumra gu nso nye.
Yeah, but before answer be call now we can send be and me sure say videos ni na jina videos here we hu about say ya sebo so me ensa ensuo aban efa ho ka yentua ensuo kai na ebinumu ashase esi ebi bu ensuo gui etugui na no me fi say eno no ya nto se be kura ye jimie
dala bon se ohu ahu na wakoma
e to de bia jimie no Ghana no ya adoption dodo ye mu bi no jimie no ya na ya da ya adoption
oba awo a ye nyina ye wo crisis mu hwesu a yesu ye mu bi na yesu sa water bill be cost through because say ye using suo more than any other days and your life in our time ye using suo pa any darling boys abre ya ye wo mu just imagine say mimi fie nkwala wo mu tifie no wo say yes wash your hands frequently eti everyone na no mo abom ho adoma pin no obi akọ horo ne nsa horo ne nsa yes ye ni ehuni yesu abaya hu ye mobo waboa yen nuanom a omu ni pipe wo mu fie mpo aban say what the private water tankers any public ones aban de no ebekọ akobu nsuo abesra wo mo ba bi o mo wo
yeah be mo nsuo
na o matimi anya nsuo ni bi
sure
darling boy nsuo no nsuo di no na so ne so ane ya budi agu tankam ne ya pompe de abaye fie enti ye yese ni yese bebu nsuo na to agu kwa efisanye ya ka ebeye den ye nya enough e dia supply o ma pipe e ma wo mu fie na wo yese nso kra se nsuo twa pipe ni twa na waji wani so
na yi we dia ma memfa brunya ho nwe pan no kakra o be bia meti Lakeside Estate wonum sei na eniema bia ekoso me won papa won say lockdown in shasie be ya fe ya honum na nsuo no mba me pipe ya connect pipe pipe na chese me cotton estate we pipe nsuo ne to nsuo a no mo be ya pipe Ghana water for be ya pipe say mahama abreso asede na mo connect nsuo ne me connect
me ka say betena say wo sesa
yeah and na nsuo eba pop kama ena mi borehole a metukura no mi jai chire me kontwetwini baby kura mi fi borehole kura biom kura
onipa da se ne nya pipe
mi fi borehole mi ha be ya finie ya ehwe ema
be afinie
ubisa Ghana waterfall no mo ma story na mo honum say we say na mo ho say we say na mo ho say I'm just lockdown yeah you should not start it samba pop eba na me say eba
na
me ni ampesa mkache Ghana waterfall say hwe omunim na sade awie na say nsuo no because unim that time na nsuo ni esa no Ghana waterfall so mutia omo sa adenta mo hwe Lakeside unim that time na sade no koso ni nyina no na me so species ni say One said, some put them home in a man for supply issue of Musom Jiska. Now, Miss Suspect Ghana waterphone say, oh, one casa no more to talk to Tosania mania, yeah, with the supply issue. And TC will be a pipe and a pipe in the back. Ghana need the minimum so bet me as I do. Means Ghana Tihu. Means Ghana.
Surprisingly, COVID-19 breast were back.
Hey, and sure no back, come out. Yeah, to me, booby. Say, Abam said, no, and sure no bassa, na me jina me shedi.
What a wow.
Ubia, just said, me you su machine be anya pressure be about the way sure you see WC minya you should WC na. They say, but the speed be and so no. Hey, and I'm say, hey, Ghana water for na monsieur bomb na say that bibia ju from na say you no sante kwa. And you more Ghana hanum say. Hona me who say say eye boapayo no mo yesa. Me wan even though me boa ma so say eye but 1 year the thing is I didn't come by as I finish you number. Until I was asking myself say na mate Rasta Limat me ni credit come am tim bisa no say oh mo honum say no cancer no ko.
No so Sam.
Hey. Yeah. Oh, Ghana.
Yeah.
But
darling boy, me baby am etie no. Na first pa kedu e penso na esuo ba. Na assembly for na wo mo ne amane me ya na esuo ni jai ba. Nyame adom afini. Na omo be ye World Bank project bi na esuo no esan ba e wo me ho. Ya to pipe mo cha e 1 day. The say who says who needs ya over mechanisms I hold the first one benyansu. It means me fee polytank say me obey me ansa. It is here two pipe mo at chase anya hwe no me ansa make so me 1,300 liter de ni nyina bi wo ho. Gallons de ni nyina bi wo ho. Enti ye two pipe me ebedi at least 3 weeks kra no na me wonsuo. Ba COVID-19 ibremu no.
Unya.
Oh eba.
Okay.
Yen two pipe mu o kasa o de ne ba no. Yen two pipe mu
by 3 days one.
Full day da. E wo mu a ba un se free bed.
And COVID-19 no ensuo ni gina so.
Ensuo ni gina so.
E be de na bi mu mo mpa se COVID-19 so.
Ensuo ni gina so be between abros between 2 and 4 no ne wo mu a bo se na pipe ni flow no. Na aba for ma hu se asa yatum. Akra wo line no mu na eba. But anya sa ensuo no.
I see.
But me using it responsibly because me a patriotic citizen.
Me da see. Na ora Sami Jenfi National Communication Officer ma NDC. Na yanko amano so na yenene ndi nkomo. Ora Sami Jenfi da se mu akwa baba ni TFM so. Na bako de.
Oba de ache igusu a ye shed them lockdown ti na ye bon paye. Se onyankopon bi dia fofi. Na waje coronavirus yare boni se.
Amen. Your bumpy. Yeah. So Mimusa, Yansha Sifia, before I buy be interventions or Mampini, measures Nibia and Ra, what the Egua cream a bit me a Buane be a Ghana for a Huahin Harmony, a Sansa coronavirus. Nano, so Mampini share political parties. Now, I'm saying this Simusumukobi. In some PFI mobile, no, I am Biano, Senator Mao, Munya be probably few honum saying.
Oh, me free say sanshia muno na adepa. Yare eba ye mu bi yakasa se ehu bi hia se ye beka ye ho abom se nipa baako. Na ye yi nchichi mu a ewo ye mu no ato nchen. Na de obi anim, de obi awo bia no, ode aboa ama asomman yetimi ape yare ano pomasibre. Oshe the South Africa mampini ye for example yare ne ba ya no frɛ opposition fu nyina ne all stakeholders and your more ekoto ato adwen efa kwan a South Africa ɔman bitumi aso yare na no and wa boye aka ɔman na bomti yemu bi ye suggest ya say ne was a president Kufuor so otu sa na mo no eche ye but we need to better late than never ɔmampini etie sa futu no etie eto ne nsafre amanyoku nyina ekoy so my kwan tie obi a adwenkyere the national chairman a kojina party na namu no ye show say nsemu a odi tudwa someone in withdrew. Other political parties also proposals. I'm afraid that are buying a bit tea, nor the account. The oil and the one. Ebeboa ama yetimi edi sayare boni asunkuni. There were some low points, but I don't think today is the appropriate day for us to discuss that. I know I think what is more pressing on my opinion address or and run and interventions are one now so inti si beti media no nkoma me free say ebeboa.
Okay, all right, and yanko honum say na so some say na netma.
Oh, okay, see the decline. Social interventions are on my opinion the two no assemde emaye nyina. On my opinion say for the next 3 months Ghana need bia into ensuka. Meaning say free water na Ghana for nyina na say ye know aye lockdown areas na maybe in the coming days aban betumi actually that then put lockdown areas ne pen kra na bibi say utia water bill 50 Ghana 20 Ghana 100 Ghana 200 Ghana na aban say busumi bia na aban say utia ma for 3 months at least ebe save usika ama wan high aban say health workers or your insurance amomo na that's frontline health workers or your insurance amomo na wasanso amomo free transportation over the Bequadrima. I asked them, Papa. Abai say, I mean, incentives, one penny will be so. Obeche Biane, I'm one who won't be about 400,000 people in collaboration with Sorry, be our Ghana. I have brilliant ideas. Now, as a political party, I a social democratic party. Yeah. Jen say mreya yehumi ya huhia mbere nti ade bia aban betumi aye ama o manfo wan ha ya de ye foaso say ya de papa ebiem so obehwa enyema ya mabobo su yi say o mampeni aye emudodo ona no eye NDC ya Franka tufo o mampeni dada John Dramani Mahama fa ne di kan ka ho asem. Over my penny Mahama the last program or in the weekend our chair over 650 PPEs your health workers across the country now. Or your recommendations be brave. Recommendation in the move back on say abayre na insubo unin free ho. Abayre na your health workers. Yen so masne yen mo health insurance bia say nam yare we sunti obi hwere ne nkwa ana obi yare a that insurance ne biti ahwe won or your suggestions be bria eno na enel hwe a o mampeni akufuado wo hu se abawom na nu nti watu ho na mompa emfa won se ye dwoma ama den emfa won se dwoma ama ne dika kai de hia ye ne ye de beboa Ghana for to that extent o mampeni akufuado etie sa adwenchira president Mahama de buy free water, free food distribution, insurance for our frontline health workers. Na wadia to mo yadana se eye ebi ma minke bi de san ye na mo makwasi like Oliver Twist we need to ask for more because the mampeni abobo so even do a good no and so be dia. So we share the amount my hodo a etwa ye ho ahia a ya re di esi ho de mo ye ma mo manfo a better the American and the best man penny say Nimia John Dramani Mahama recommendations na why and it's free water any insurance for health workers any eduane a ye be chama yanfo bi no mu ko na ye recommendations why recommendations bebre aka ho a o mampeni tie no so na ofaka ho a ebeboaye recommendations ni bi say President Mahama say
okay
abanye seseye na Ghana for any free electricity for at least a period of 3 months. And no idea abanye bi to yaye as abanye ya so fast on e be so change even free water because free water the meaning nipa dodo say no more pipe e wo mu fie e wo Ghana nkran hampo nipa dodo say no pipe so ti ase but Kenya the electricity coverage is wider than water coverage. And it's a way electricity free, more people will benefit. And they ameliorating the hardship of more people. And free water, which is good. Yeah, Obi Beka oh NDC for the I don't know say oh I use free water, I also need free electricity. Yeah. This is what is happening in so many countries. COVID-19 are affecting the daily life of people. Amount for Nkwejuma, amount for Nimegu, amount for Mio Musho could be Ashebe. So the all turn into me to any the account. Into a media, ye did saw the one amount for. And that's Oko Togo, and what your pump and the Togo. Omuenya 37 cases of coronavirus. You can check. But Togo for I a lockdown. Our lockdown. Or my mom citizens in free water and free electricity. Togo. Free water and free electricity. And yes, Omampenia is free water. It is better than nothing. Yeah. But yeah, NDC for yeah can say President Mahama started free electricity. Togo for more yeah, also yeah, be possible. They are not so that's romantic. It's over now they call. The also new, hey, credit idea call any data the way you phone so and they did you Omampeni hwe na yentenebo se no be ha you nyina you see obi a yakọ obi a won phone 24/7 you use data more but eleya ya wan we here more you will see you wey phone so more you use data more I wasn't get data bo so afi kwa na data bo no e koso is it credit no kwa no bi na wato but charges no wo so Ijo Mahama I recommendation say President Akufo-Addo 50% increment or the two communication service tax, the friend top tax and credit tax in so make a take only that 50% increment in fuel because you work with him. No year no fuel only MTN, Vodafone, Airtel Tigo for any other telcos no any kita home. Now almost say almost charges on the show. Or your call, or send a message, we use WhatsApp, or internet so. More data you must for on the cost of data. Now, so much more price and so on. There, or my bit near more money to be license. I buy bit near say, oh, more license renewal for 6 months. I buy the first I can the better. Most of more dear money more or minor is a difficult time. Now, apart from say you reduce 50% CS, most of more charges. So the credit more back for more and also be another positive measure so free electricity. So reduce cost of communication in the form of data and airtime. What they are not so will be there LEAP, livelihood empowerment alleviation of poverty program. The boy here for John Mahama as I just said a bino entry. That leads a especially in poor or deprived areas. Master, do we be no anything? Now, can have come to a capital city now for Miami, UTV for Nigeria story. We are more do Master, a bit near the public from Ed. My so better, you need to be an better every day and every week. And I said, but at least they expanded the scope of livelihood empowerment leap near the more poor households bemwa ede akoto ebebre yafo bebre eno ya number 3. Number 4 minua President Mahama sans why recommendation say eto a eda enyeme bi na ehusia Ghana for part say sanitizer white aduane ene de keka ho ebe ya kan twintin aban enyi fi ho na emma sa anyama ne mbo emrafo eno so ewo hia. Then finally aduane no aban fi on sorry bi na ekoka bu no macheche bi 400,000 individuals is in Libya. President Mahama suggestion I say Ghana Buffer Stock Company omo na omo kura aduane mo mai na o mai kwa we here mu no mai release aduane ne bia ba e be ya ko mo so mo hu nje sa aduane chedi na nipa ye che aduane ama omo ye increase in se ne be ya nipa bebre so e ho beto omo. So These other suggestions are President Mahama. If we say, Omanpenye Kufuado, Tia no Kadia, what you know, to one more pa, a bed walk down a walk more, let the hotel and the other. I mean, my kind of area.
But I mean, so answer na bekoni abekoso ebi nsu bebisa se oman no nsunsun yesi ehwe sikasem already na nso no ekakra any sikasem ho ye na enti ye niam free ye hwe economy ni side o ya nso ene debi ye besa be dan ho beka se okay eka ba begu ho ama ebia ECG any free niam ye dey men eno no dia na beka ho
so before I see electricity omombenya sika no we na dia so sika die obi ka cho se bi ni ho na oboa sika wo ho pa sika wo ho so nansi abaya kwa akwaje bosia isi afi we mu January $3 billion. You sure so you are aware Eurobond that $3 billion they move $1 billion at the abaya finance and kai abaya say or they bather restructure energy sector. That restructuring of energy sector meaning any emergency. So when one local nipa shed them, you will be the munya, the woman no munya, I want to know. Light bill no sounds will be good almost when they are not going to work. Also soon as your money there. Now what would you light bill among maybe I was only about one opportunity to be a fine air car. At a so one fast what? So one fast what change? Voters register I buy so the $800 million next so one for what is that $1 billion? That's why you say you look for your energy sector restructuring. So you can't say the free. So you say other countries come for the transportation come in free, accommodation come in free, because the people are not working. So say young cancer and your money in any say oh yeah you insured here, but if I don't do saying plan against you free, and you know you're any fan can you can't want to say you to ye here me a change it in your year. In your bonnet benu, Chicago. Thought you said, $100 million of my penicas of fabric. One no one pamu. Bosnia and Wako $100 million from World Bank. So, what they are not from China 1.2 billion cedis or see we free stabilization fund, which is about $200 million. Or the toy, John Mahama buying and the JJ says he can in a good stabilization fund where all you seek and you good stabilization fund and a Maraswa who you should say can. And see, a seeker, Minia, and 1 week here, a chain yana degree. And the president, you are like though, let you come one. I mean, it will be a problem. Say the free electricity bill count at the time Ghanaians are not working. Then you probably be one who hear more. And the walk around my lockdown in the pie. Ediso. Quiet, being there. A kaka you did here. You may short what you
sure.
Umantenia bobo interventions and medical case a year. Bobo so. Minia. Unim said what they want no. And I am thinking for this we can't go. Now you're dying. Now we see dying. Casanco. Boshenko. And I say a deck like Casana and Boshen. You two one among you implemented. So are you different? Promising something and implementing it are two different things. And until here as an opposition party, even though they are welcoming initiatives on the media about, but they are here. You need to get implementation. And a bear and for your man penny who swallowed the no fast packet and I can be. Because Minia, Yahu be brave, Daniel, Yahu be brave and Oman Penny Kufuado. Coronavirus are by you, Yahu be brave. So, it was here careful not to celebrate words, but to celebrate works. And then the Packer Salon, there was a Maya and the new Bussy. And no, yet, but the a year part, the Musia palm, a action. Neither the America fair. One penny who for the near more than one castle bay in and Kawaya, in a Ghana, to say heaven. But in Pentino or Canada, there, near boy and the mamma, they do implementation and now problem. Mamma, example. Yari do Kumha. In fact, and some Yari do Kumha. World Health Organization does a wire. And one, you did $35 million Ghana cedi. ɛna yɛde asoso pp ne deɛ ɛkeka wɔ de aboa yɛ mampanya Kufuor tena wɔamfa sika no amba ka sɛ obɛnya 2.5 million per out of 35 million Ghana cedis yɛtena hɔ no mampanyi sɛ yare ne bɛduru Ghana wie no the finance minister I'm making available $100 million I'm making available so deɛ sɛ sika no da hɔ ne nua bɛsi ne sika no ɛmɛduru yɛ afei na aban akɔbɔ bosi a yɛhwɛ sika no ba bɛduru because ɔmampanyi kaa sɛ wayɛ sika no available na ɔnyɛ $1 per available saa na afei na ɔkɔ World Bank akɔbɔ bosi a deɛ na meka kasa nko ɛna action nko ɔmampanyi yareɛ bɛduru yɛ ɔsɛ PPs ntare a ɛwɔ sɛ yɛ doctors ne a nursefoɔ hyɛ na ɔmutumi hwɛ ɔmo a ɔmunya yareɛ bi wa ɔda bebree na ɔmo ka ɔmo akɔma nto ɔmo yɛ bɛnkyɛ ɔmo bɛbi ne nua na PPs ne wɛ ayɛ kasa nko a PPs ne maayɛ ɔmampanyi gu so a wɔhyɛ bɔ ɛnɛ ɔkɔ kolebu a nursefoɔ ne a doctorfoɔ ɛwɔ sɛ from nnɛ ɔmo kɔ strike ɔmo nyɛ adwuma because ɔmo ni PPs ɔmo bɛhyɛ de abɔ ɔmo ho ban na yareɛ ne bi ntumi anyɛ ɔmo mene wo kasa yi nurse baako kolebu wɔnya yareɛ ne bi wate sɛ doctor bi lekma wɔnya yareɛ ne bi rage wate sɛ doctor bi anya yareɛ ne bi and wokɔ yɛ health workers across the country no nyinaa ayɛ ayɛmhyehyeɛ because PPs koraa no ebi ni hɔ wokɔ eastern region a hospitals aban sɛ lɛkyɛ sɛ ɔkyɛ PPs no district bia hospital baako ɛno kwa PPs yɛde bɛma mu a hospital bi tumi nya 5 face mask hospital bi tumi ma no 5 bia na ɔmɔde bɛyɛ enti yɛaka ne dɛdɛɛdɛ yɛbɛkyɛ PPs bɛyɛ ne PPs ni hɔ masa kyɛke wiase nyinaa ɔman bɛn ɛna ne health workers threaten strike action at this time a coronavirus yɛade ate ate sɛ ɛkum nipa ɔman bi ani hɔ the Ghana the doctors threaten strike action not because of opec.
No, but some health workers in US also have been complaining.
Not strike.
Yeah, but they've been complaining. And
what's a strike?
Mm-hmm.
You make a strike and you complain. Complaining, you complaining. Very 2 weeks. Health workers are complaining. But the entire US for health workers are complaining they do strike and there's some complaining about it doing. When was the last time artists health workers were US or complaining? The problem is being addressed.
But
complaining and they do strike.
I mean, what the Enema to Aquemu about PPs.
On PPs,
yeah.
Private companies do Ghana, here's some mobile manufacturer do Ghana.
I say that's far. No, I say that's far. 350,000 masks, 558,650 examination gloves, 1,000 reusable gloves.
Yeah. I've seen that part. Almost the health ministry
yeah.
Na make a choice say, o man penny that same way. O can ye no. But the thing that what you akwesi. Need. What you mo call regions. So, na mo mi say this hospitals na health facilities. The matter PPs no more say. We more say. The man penny so ko channel plan divided by the number of health facilities in Ghana. When you come one last week here, private health facilities in Ghana, we have press conferences, PPs no munya bikura. Be yare no start no money for the certificate private facilities so munya bi. So masa, the American say, menka za buying to one among biao. The American say, mpenyifo betinya ka asem bi dedede. But no nkyerɛ implementation no ebe yesa. That is the point I'm making. So we must focus on implementation. Maka say bi mo say, hey, o man penya na so we. O man penya na odi bunye ba be o man penya na so abesi na yenye nwuwe. Na say o man penya say wa order 50,000 test kits. Agwati me boa. 50,000 test kits. E be do o man yimu. Na ya dia mass testing na dia keka. Binia 50,000 test kits na we. Bisi na mai. Enye China ni ya fellow Jack Ma. Kenya obeche 20,000. Kenne Nuguchi. Any Kumase Center for Collaborative Research kwano. Komuni test case omo de be yo bejuma. O man penyi 50,000 test case ni nya medu ye. And I lockdown. And so baby I lockdown ni ko testing nko so. Ni pa do lo say test yo. So enti omo bo se no munya nto wase ni emfa ye ni implementation na chi. Obi anka say do man penyi aka ne ye. But until they are implemented no ɛnya deɛ a yɛbɛnya so mfa so biara me nua hwɛ ɛho bɛhia paa sɛ yɛbɛbisa yɛn ho question bi so for example mampanyi sɛ ɔma yɛ free water mɛdi kan aka nipa dodoɔ sɛn na ɛwɔ nsuo wɔ mu fie na yɛ a yɛwɔ nsuo wɔ yɛ fie nipa dodoɔ sɛn na nsuo no ɛba abasi on the 17th of March Ghana Water Company Limited for your press release ɛka sɛ Ghana for yɛnyɛ krado yɛnyɛ ready sɛ nsuo no mo bɛsate atu yɛbɛnya no tɔtɔ because it's nsuo ho ayɛ bɛn ugugula wobɛnya saa Ghana Water Company Limited krataa no ɔmo ana de ba abɔnten only 2 weeks ago yɛn nyina yɛnyim sɛ saa nsuo tɔtɔ no water ration no astate wɔn kan ne nipa sɛ mu dada nti nsuo ne mma nti woka sɛ ɛbɛyɛ constant assurance dɛ ne yɛnya so saa problem na Ghana Water Company for ka no aban address anaa aban nya address if you are present Emma promise we need clarification. Number 2 ɔmampanyi sɛ maka kyerɛ ECG for sɛ yɛn man kani anyina so ECG for is 2 weeks pɛ 2 weeks ntwam na ɔmode kasa bɛn sɛ Grisco specifically Grisco sɛ fuel a ɔmode bɛpawa ɔmo plants koraa no ɔmo nyɛ sika nto fuel no bi ɛno nti na yɛnya dum so wɔ meamea bebree me yɛnora mesie baabi a mete menya dum so and I'm sure several other people experience dum so nti sɛ ɔmampanyi ka sɛ yɛnnum nkani a ne nua twɛn na implementation ne mma so ansa na wabose because kasa nko ɛna implementation ko na mede ma no si na kwasi wo bɛhia sɛ even as we applaud government for the announcement of these good social interventions, yɛbɛ assess your preparedness to contain the escalation of the pandemic, which is very likely in the coming weeks. Then the battery got the more. The BR Tresse and Nakate be a new or Mampinian no from my way. Yari move yesterday because Nipa Maya Yari is over 114. Omuni Nipa bears 19,000 Edinkita home, 19,000. Saying about 19,000 people, why you almost test? 15,000 there on what test results are back. I was only that. And like I said, and I'm buying only by the release test results. And you was here with another day and critical. And Yahoo boy to contain and manage your was here an assessment. Number 1, Lilia. Isolation centers and what Ghana has. Omanpenyi di biaka one. So you say you started this fight. Omanpenyi share boss say obey bebre in all regions. And can you know mostly because the next northern region I eat up hours so we no matter record yari. We know say isolation center be anyhow. For not saying testing center. O my Ghana, o my more 50 million years. Baby, as well, I want to say, you pay. Kumasi Center for Collaborative Research and Nuguchi. I won't kaya. A buying say about obey testing centers in the account. Kaso kuye bikwa wa tamali. In your business, akwaya kasa. You won't access testing centers. Maybe how they are not to share and a public education to say. Information about how we can all protect ourselves against the pandemic, echo from saying. Address, education, echo from. You see, before my report to be from Ododo, you mean coronavirus in the crash, any social distancing, and lockdown. Among phone say, operating a nipa, as you have peso in the slums. Nobody would you matter say there is no lockdown and you are within measure. So we still have a long way to go in terms of education on lockdown, social distancing, and etc. Lockdown, while people are not respecting it. So what you are not saying, your borders, your land borders, surveillance, your national security for your for you know necessary. Now see, give before do illegal rules over Ghana. Or what buy I see on. Or would 10 no many idea. And before I see on, nobody depends on the deep down. If possible, say I know my movie. It's a measures here, they tight a land body. You are making sure that you point to use for illegal rules in them and fire any big back. So there are serious issues. Women so clear, yes, implementation, health workers, free buses. Now, frontline health workers insurance, I was saying about so. The year implementation, oh, yes, you can't say your Massenia came now, and good, yes, I've raised questions and issues about it, but in principle, we support it by implementation in here. But as you implement those things, preparedness towards the containment. Hospitals are more, PPs are aware of those things. Since the health workers, and the Kulebune raging for a doctor for whom what is saying. Doctors and nurses are getting infected. Isolation centers do a thing. Testing centers are what do one yes thing. If you say a man, yes, a mass testing. Or my peninsula will be produced. What are the timelines? The men they are ready. The men they be These are the critical issues. Oh, but in relation to all these issues, we are lacking. So we will caution. So let's hasten slowly because we are dying in air banner. And so, what did you do, Mampinian Kataka? I am making sure that it's a power Mampinia or the Bayazma or implement it because you who may be say a candidate by implemented. But on implement here, no, dear. I just a kind of community or social mitigation measures. Yes, or there's so down and need nothing. Not the only bureau. The what in your hand, the Cacas and the Bayan, and one shilling baby. But and not only the same as fighting the pandemic. I was talking to myself. And know the fact that why you free water and interest. Then net, Yamen fast amba, Yamen fast amba. Yes, any part thousand, and Yadi Bia, Yabena centers, any treatment centers. And no, ain't meeting solve that problem. And on just say, PP is anywhere. And then we are in a hospital, and doctors say, amount for threatening strike. Free water and solve our strike action and providing PPE. So those critical issues, must be addressed and they must be addressed now by the president. And yes, sir.
Okay, Sammy. Hello, Sammy.
Yeah, was it?
My man, that's here near fancy Hanum saying on a pay. Well, say a tier for no best judges. Miss Medasi Papa, Rasami Jamfi, a National Communication Officer for the NDC.
Ghana Montier. Utie oha extra punk no. Needs FM.
If you're right, me watch you, if you're right. Yes, on.
Machi o efiera. Efiera me chia wonye so.
Hey, ewra, enforce am so. What? I by force search ya me. Mo yem no.
Won so pepe.
Hey, oh, wa fi, we dey me pese oni fiewra bekon. Efiera we dey ye kwa sori abo. Ewra de. Mo kwa sori. Ye ko paye. Ewra de ka soro ho a. What? E be say wo ba hwa wa kraba kompo wunya. Onipa da sane timi koto this way chocolate drink. No ne yire ne mma edi nsuo hie twabia nom anopa. No wi a wasade bia hye fridge mu. Wo mako school pon a wasan ba be yia nom. Enu mpore se ne nka ne twaso mu pa ende ye rekore. Ne fie wura beti ha. Anopa dio, ewia dio, enumre dia mo no makodew. Mo mame. Na mu wi a ma sora kwatra so ndem se ye kosum ya.
Mesi na dia ya late nso miyanki kabinje fiera ya wi ya kwasere bo fate ke efiera wuti fia se light bi no water bi oba wuntua bi wo se sika na fa koto this way chocolate drink na ba nom
hwe me catch you play nya play fa say this way chocolate drink no metumi ato bi pa na so na me so mo ahwe wate e de me hia ne nsuohie na nsuohie so me ntoi se me bufu a metumi ato bag mu a wate yeah fiera we nko ade ma abunfu e koto nyanhwe
efiera fi de ya bro ma abunfu bi
munyam sumponie munyam sumponie na mo ba ya trimodefo
FDA ahwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atom se eye
Utie oha extra punk no. Needs FM. Utie Oha Extra Ponkno. Needs FM.
What? But dear Beckwine did, and not Beckwine did, in fact, and not dear Duchum. I do can crack. A bush of 40 be the bear for a crassa, but Papa can crack. You know who will be over here. What? For and not Beckwine, Ocean, Nina Sania, and Nick Dennis and a church from City at the South Crassa Benoit, I will be surrounded what other benefit. Oh, and an idea what see.
Neat palm nut extract, and I'm a dear Bob Quines up.
Neat palm nut extract.
Annie, a befe fed the dead tea power can once me, and not been a neat foods or much cheer good chance him. And just said, I mean, Zabra crowd, I been Nafena me was say Braco no abewo jaso, and for one could chim FN and your home, and I'm a dear Banquine and steam.
Oh, that's a neat foods at the Beckwine Badia, and then what to man for Bresso.
A bread or to be so powerful, say, a Banquine when yet Giadagie. It is a winner neat palm nut extract, Umra, a sign say, a Babri so, and what yaye, the Namki to a big power will burn no canata frozen. Neat palm extract, and that's a neat a Banquine, near Ed Denny say, a more sham to say a Banquine in him da noa, and a subios in your deal. What was a so more who no be so, Umra.
Neat palm nut extract. Oh, come on. Now, only maybe. What dear sound come with pad, I wouldn't need palm to be a bear back on the slow midi dear, will be able to plumwa, who's me. Oh, what's so? May I am part of this and beer.
You and your mom for Mupe and will be uncle supermarket. And you
FDA, I just said, you didn't crack to more to say a ye.
Utie Oha Extra Ponkno. Needs FM.